Okay, perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. Our next speaker is Justin Kan, and if you don't know, he built Twitch, which everybody thought was the dumbest acquisition ever by Amazon, including myself. But how many daily active users does Twitch have? Can anybody guess? We'll verify with Justin, but throw out a number. How many? No, actually, that's a overshoot, but 15 million. But point is that when you want to disrupt something, now your second vertical, I think, Justin, maybe even third, you've got to think outside the box. And no offense to our lawyer friends, but the legal industry is broken because it's a pain in the ass to engage with a lawyer and get questions answered. And so inherently, $150-something billion industry, Justin's trying to disrupt that, and I think they're on a pretty good track. So with that, and I want to welcome Justin and Mark. Come on up. Give them a warm welcome. All right. John?
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello.
It's the fashion line for the highlighter.
Yes, it's I think a Gatorade theme.
That's good. No, it looks great. That's great.
I like Gatorade.
Well, let's start off right off the bat here by talking a little bit about your latest venture, your company Atrium. It's setting out to, I guess, transform the legal profession. So tell us a little bit about that and what you're up to these days with it.
Sure. So how are you guys? My name is Justin. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Atrium. Atrium came out of my experience as the founder of startups for the past 13 years. Sorry, let me mute my phone. It's embarrassing. So for the past 13 years, I've been a founder and entrepreneur here in Silicon Valley. And through that time, I became what I like to call an involuntary power user of corporate legal services. So kind of spent on legal and engaged with law firms throughout my whole journey as a founder, both on like the good side, which was raising money for startups and eventually doing like a pretty big M&A with Twitch, and then the bad side, on the receiving end of litigation and stuff like that. And so through that experience, there were some things that I really liked about legal. Like I really liked when I was working with expert attorneys who had experience in that specific problem, and they could make me feel like I was going to be okay when I came out the other side. And there was a lot I didn't like as much, particularly around kind of the project management around it, and like I felt like it was a black box. And at the end of the day, I'd be hit with this massive bill that opening my legal bill was kind of like playing Russian roulette. And so Atrium is the attempt to solve that and build a technology-focused law firm for startups that helps make legal much more transparent, more price predictable, build software in order to make things better for the founder and also to streamline the efficiency of delivery service. Really starting with technology companies and startups because that's what I know. And so we launched it about 2 years ago. Have hundreds of clients here in Silicon Valley now. We've raised actually billions of dollars now, and we're off to the races. It's been pretty exciting and fun for me.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're getting some good traction already. I know you closed a funding round with Andreessen Horowitz not too long ago, which is a great kudo to you and the respect that's in the Valley for that. What can you name some of the companies you're working with, and kind of what results they're seeing from your venture so far?
Sure. So we've worked with a couple hundred companies. Everyone from companies like SIFT, it's a fraud detection company based in San Francisco. It's a couple hundred-person company. To Alto, like a full-stack verticalized pharmacy, also based in SF. We help companies with all sorts of stuff, but mostly the corporate transactional work. So that's things like fundraising rounds, M&A, starting to do contract law. I've done a bunch of actually crypto-related work as well. So kind of like all these different legal needs, and we kind of add legal needs as our clients expand their needs.
Now, your career has followed an interesting path, and I want to kind of dive into that a little bit. You sold your previous company for close to $1 billion, very successful. And by all rights, you could be, sitting in the Dolomites in Italy or enjoying your life. But you chose to kind of get back on the roller coaster, to kind of get back into the tech world and start another company. What motivated you as an entrepreneur to do that, Justin?
Sure. Yeah. So I was just in the Dolomites, yes, as you talking about it backstage. I just got off a plane from Italy last night to be here with all of you. So what motivated me to start another company? Well, I was enjoying my life actually quite a bit before I started this company. I was a partner at Y Combinator after we sold Twitch, investing in startups. And that was interesting for a while. It was a good change of pace from being an entrepreneur because, well, as an entrepreneur, you always feel like you're failing, I think, is the kind of default mode, because you're either actually failing and you're like not growing and it's a struggle, you can't figure it out, you're banging your head against the wall, and so you feel like you're failing, or you are succeeding and you also feel like you're failing because you're kind of thrust in these greater and greater circumstances that you've never experienced before. You might have created a product and been successful and then kind of grown it a little bit, and then now you have to figure out how to build a sales team, and then you fail at that for a little bit, and just when you figure out how to build a sales team, you get like this, now you have to figure out how to hire executives, and you've never done that before, and so you're failing at that. And so my entire career as an entrepreneur, I'd felt like I was constantly failing, like even when we were succeeding. So becoming an investor was pretty nice because I realized that I find for the first time that I actually had some skills. I had learned about how to start early stage companies, and a lot of what I had learned myself the hard way was applicable to all these companies that I was advising and funding at Y Combinator. But after that first maybe year and a half of doing it, I realized, I wasn't learning anything anymore. It felt like investing was, very far from being an entrepreneur, where as an entrepreneur you have like a lot of a very short feedback cycle. You're doing things, and then you experience problems, you try something, and then you see a result, right? And then you learn from it, and then you just like try again. It's like this very short feedback loop. Oftentimes, if you're an entrepreneur in the digital space or in technology, you can like roll something out to your website and see results like that day, right? Whereas being an investor, you're very disconnected from the results. So we would fund a company, and then you kind of wait 5, 6, 7 years to see what happens. And by that time, you don't really care anymore, actually.
It's a long time.
Yeah. And so I wanted to get back into something where I felt like I was learning again, and I was forced to learn again, and so that's why I decided to start another company. And I think companies and being an entrepreneur is a tremendous vehicle for really learning about yourself and being put into situations that you'll have to learn. And so I guess I just went back to what I knew, and I picked the idea for Atrium because it was something that a personal pain point I had experienced, and I thought it was a big market, and it was mostly execution risk, and so that's what we decided to do.
So in preparation for our talk today, I was looking at some of your previous blog posts, and one of them you kind of outlined the things that what you should or should not expect when you join a startup or you start a company. And I was struck by one that is kind of on the negative side, which is that management sucks, in a startup. I mean, that was one of the points you made. Can you talk a little bit about, what's kind of the love-hate side for you when you start a company? There's a lot of things that are great, a lot of things that aren't. How do you balance the two?
That's a good question. I think most things, startups are kind of like, one thing I've been thinking a lot about and like working on is that, is kind of my own internal happiness. And I realized recently that my happiness is completely disconnected from my external surroundings, external circumstances. Most of us are trained and socialized through society to think that our happiness is entirely dependent on our external circumstances. So you think like if I achieve this certain milestone, or I make this amount of money, or I like, get a career promotion or whatever, I'm going to finally be happy. And what you discover, either kind of the hard way of doing, actually going through this entire process yourself, or maybe by reading about it or learning, is that you're achieving those things will never actually drive any long-term happiness. And so the thing I guess I hate most about startups, or like that was kind of tough for me with startups, is that I felt like I was on this hedonic treadmill my entire career, where I was just trying to achieve something greater and greater and greater. And startups are like a very, they're kind of like an echo chamber that supports that idea, that if you just achieve this next milestone or get something that you think you want, you'll finally be delivered from like all the pain that you're experiencing, which is generally not the case. Or at least I've never experienced it to be, because your mind always invents new pains for you to experience as you kind of proceed down whatever path you're on. So I guess that's kind of like a meta level answer. I mean, there's specifically some things that are like pretty tough about startups. I think that they are terrible. Most startups have very poor management because they're started oftentimes by young people who don't have very much management experience. That's something that I definitely underweighted when I was much younger and starting companies. And so you kind of like learn everything. You learn everything the hard way. I think that the reason startups, the thing people kind of discount is that most startups in Silicon Valley are kind of succeeding despite themselves. Like they have like tremendous product market fit, or like this idea that just carries it, and so yet they're like execute very poorly, or are run very poorly, and so they kind of succeed despite their like poor execution. That's my experience anyways, like with a lot of especially with a lot of startups that are started by young people but turn out to be very, very successful. Mm-hmm. And so, you have to, as a founder, you kind of have to, it's one of those things that I can tell you, but you probably have to experience yourself and learn yourself the hard way to like actually figure out.
It's one thing to read the blog posts, go to conferences and so on, but until you've actually done it, it's a different story. Now you, just recently, you posted, a fairly personal, blog about mindfulness and meditation and how you were making some changes in your own life. And I just wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about that as you'd like today, Justin.
Yeah, so it kind of goes back to what I was saying, which is that, it was pretty interesting because so we sold Twitch, sold all my companies in 2014. Actually, I had a couple others, another startup, we sold that, it was called Exec, and sold Twitch. And I was so relieved to be done founding companies. It was like a huge relief. I had so much brain damage and like pain from like 10 years of like struggling and feeling like I was failing the whole time. That afterwards, I was like, just relieved, and I told myself I never wanted to start a company again, and then became an investor, and then that selective memory kicked in, and I realized I want to learn more, so I decided to start another company. And then 2 years ago or so, actually exactly we're about to have our 2-year party this week, so 2 years ago we launched Atrium, and after the first 9 months, the first 3 months I was like, oh my God, I'm so good at this now. It's like I've learned all the lessons and I'm an expert. And then after like 9 months, reality kicked in. I was like, oh my God, this is so stressful. Again, like what did I do to myself? It's fucked up. So I had a lot of stress, and I was kind of like, why do I have so much stress when really objectively I could just go back to what I was doing before and be totally fine. Even if this company like completely fails or whatever, I'll be like kind of fine myself. And so I started that was like that first step that made me realize that like actually how you feel and what's going on around you are like completely actually unconnected. Or I should say what's going around you and then how you feel. And so I started looking for ways to work on how I feel as a way to like make it sustainable for me to actually like be in these high learning, kind of high pressure environments, startups being the one that I'm in. And I I started trying different things, just kind of out of, I guess, desperation, but maybe curiosity too. And mostly that were recommended to me by friends of mine. So started trying to meditate, pretty basic stuff like using Headspace just for a couple minutes a day. And then I found like that was working pretty well for me. And then I found Transcendental Meditation, or TM, and I've been doing that pretty consistently every day for the past 152 days. And then my friend told me about this idea called a gratitude journal. So you can actually have a physical journal, but I use this app called 5-Minute Journal. Just write down the things, 3 things you're grateful for every morning. And I thought it sounded pretty hokey, but I figured I'd try it for a week. And at 5 minutes a day, it was like a 30-minute investment. Let's just see what happens. And I realized after the first week, I found like I was noticeably happier, as it helped recontextualize all of the kind of roller coaster you're on through every day, or take any time period, you're going to have like this roller coaster experience where you have like high points and low points on an emotional level, and it would kind of recontextualize those in this context of these greater things that I was grateful for. And so I've been doing it every day since last July, actually, and I've noticed I'm like much happier. And then there's a bunch of other stuff like daily exercise every day now, even if it's just for 5 minutes, like diet, focusing on sleep, and then just trying to focus on how I connect with other people around me. And what was amazing is that after a short period of time, I realized that these, I'd never felt happier in my entire life, including the period of time immediately after we sold our company for almost $1 billion. So, I thought that was weird, but it turns out like you can do this stuff for free at any point in time. Like you don't have to be successful to do it. So I kind of wish that someone had told me all these things like 10 years ago. But I'm very happy that I found and invested in them now.
Well, and your approach kind of speaks to the challenge. And as a journalist, I interview a lot of CEOs, a lot of founders of companies, people that are on the roller coaster, on the treadmill. And they're very focused. They want to be successful, but it's really hard to step back. You were involved in Twitch, became a great success. You're kind of a classic Silicon Valley success story in that way. But, you weren't happy. And the two aren't necessarily always paired, so you kind of have to take a step back sometimes in your own career to realize that, it sounds like.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say that I was unhappy. I would just say I was had some baseline that involved happiness sometimes and unhappiness sometimes. And now it's like all shifted up a lot, actually. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, certainly don't want to let this time go by without asking about Twitch. You sold the company. Amazon has it now. We're also seeing some dynamics in the industry where some of the really big players, Google is about to launch Stadia, and obviously Microsoft is steaming ahead with Xbox. But I'm just curious of kind of, now that you've been away from Twitch for a while, well, what are your thoughts about how it's going and how that whole industry is progressing right now?
Sure, yeah. I think Twitch is, when we sold it, I don't think it was at that point where it was kind of like this iconic entertainment brand. I think there was a lot of fear internally around, was this going to last? Is there defensibility? If you think about Twitch, let's say Netflix, where Netflix went into original content creation because they were basically beholden in the same way like Spotify is to the content creators, right? So if you don't control the cost of goods, right, the suppliers could raise the price that they were charging to capture all the excess margin that Netflix would generate, right? Which is why that they needed to go into original content production. When we sold Twitch, it was kind of like that same place where it was kind of unclear whether we would be able to, who had power in the market, in the vertical of the market, whether it was the layer of Twitch that kind of was streaming and distributing the content, or was it the people who were creating, not the people, but the publishers who were creating the content, or would it be the streamers actually who were kind of creating the entertainment on top of those games, right? And so I think there was a lot of fear that the publishers, the game creators, would actually have control over this market. And so now I think 5 years later, it's very much the case that Twitch has created this iconic entertainment discovery brand where people will go to like discover content on that platform, kind of actually agnostic to the content creator, the streamer themselves, or even sometimes the game often. And so I think that Twitch has become something that's, kind of just, going to continue to succeed no matter what happens in the market. It's very hard to disrupt because they have that brand, almost like how you will go to Netflix.com now just to figure out what should I watch, right? If you have some spare time, instead of saying, oh, I want to watch a specific piece of content.
You talked about content creation being one of the key drivers there, and we've seen in recent months in particular with Twitch, some major publishers like the Washington Post and BuzzFeed now, launching content on that site. Does that surprise you in terms of that evolution, and how do you think that might play out over the next year or two?
Well, there's always non-gaming content that was first on Justin TV, which was our original site, and then on Twitch as well. Even pretty early on. I think that, to be honest, I think it's a little bit fringe in that the thing that's really powerful about the gaming content is that it's like daily consumed content. So it's not just like kind of the high profile content that's like the like $10 million prize pool competition. It's also like a lot of streamers just streaming these like streams to their fans, their 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 fans every day that people can tune into for like minutes or hours at a time. And in that way, it's a lot more like talk radio or something like that. And I think that's kind of the interesting thing. For content that's, like maybe like BuzzFeed content or something, I'm not sure that that's exactly what is going to create like a daily habit with the market. It might. I think there's other types of content and other categories and genres of content that might create like a daily habit, but I think that's really what's interesting and powerful about the game streams that exist on Twitch.
Absolutely. Well, there's also the sidebar story of, Amazon, with Twitch, Microsoft, Google about to launch, that the big companies, the really major players, could essentially suck all the life out of the room. All the air would be gone, and companies like the one you started would find it more difficult to gain a foothold in the industry. Do you think that's a danger in this case?
Yeah, I think that's already happened. So, you can see that there's not that many like kind of new social things that have come up like there was 10 years ago. And I think that happens in every industry, right? Every industry goes through like a startup phase and then a maturation phase, and then these like giants are just, kind of dominate. And so the next wave of startups, I don't think are going to be like social video startups. I think they're going to be something else. That's kind of why I'm interested in Atrium, right? And you've seen all these verticalized full stack startups like a Compass or Forward, a medical startup, or Open Door kind of pop up. You can't you never as an entrepreneur, you don't really win by doing exactly what was done 10 years ago, right? You need to figure out like a new industry or new distribution mechanism in order to like build something new, because the last decade's industry or distribution mechanism or technology advancement is like already kind of being saturated and dominated by the incumbents now.
So we talked about you, Justin, you wear kind of two different hats. In addition to starting a new company, you're also an investor and still an active investor. Are there any particular companies that you're currently involved with on the investment side that you might like to call out for this audience here today that you think are interesting and keep an eye on?
So I'm actually not that much of an active investor actually anymore. Now I'm really focused on the company. So I kind of stopped investing actually quite a bit. I think one company that's super interesting that I invested in the seed round and I'm on the board of is this company called Bird, the scooter company. I think that different mobility solutions are pretty interesting. We don't really have it working super good in SF because there's caps on the limits of how many scooters can be out there. But if you go down to LA, it's pretty amazing how you can kind of get around in this like different way, and it's really changed behavior for a lot of people in a lot of different circumstances. And so I think that's one company that like I'm really excited to be a part of because it's really change the world, like actually change the world, you know, in a positive way. Might be one.
And they're getting some traction, though, in some other cities, despite the caps in San Francisco. I think they're starting to, you know, and I mean...
Yeah, it's all over the world now, and
Yeah.
you know, we're in Europe and
Yeah.
Israel and all over the U.S. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're also a client of your firm, aren't they, of Atrium?
Yeah.
So there you go. So, the legal advice is probably helpful to them, and given the having to work with cities. So let me kind of close this with a final question to you. And for this audience, there are a lot of people starting companies, entrepreneurs. What sort of advice would you give them if there's one or two things that you think would be most helpful for them to know? We've kind of touched on that a little bit, but you've kind of been through the trenches, and you know you're still in it. What advice would you have for people in this audience today?
It's all online. All the advice I'm going to give you, it's probably online, but other people have said it. So, you really want to focus on your, well, the first step, the thing is like just get started. If you haven't like become an entrepreneur yet, I mean, I think it's always easy to psych yourself out. You just want to get started doing stuff. I think that's one thing I'm like particularly good at compared to a lot of my much smarter, much harder working friends, is that I'm willing to just like kind of get started with like some shitty version and like just start talking about how I have this idea and like getting you know, prototype out there. So I think, you know, the cost of starting a company now is like super low, and everyone should just, you know, kind of, if you're interested in being an entrepreneur, just get started and do it. Second thing is like really focusing is super important. I think many people, myself included, I'm like super guilty of this, is I always want to do too many things, and really just focusing on some core product and getting it super right, I think is like incredibly important. And usually what kills companies, I think, is a lack of focus, actually. And the third thing that I think is really important is just like the people that you work with. You really, really want to make sure that you have like aligned values, you like the people that you work with, you invest in building relationship. I think a lot of times in startups, people are a little bit too much focused on like getting that next milestone and not as much about like recruiting and retaining and building relationships with the right people and like inside their company. And I think that's incredibly important.
And also not forgetting to occasionally step back a little bit, meditate, and kind of think about your own life as well.
Absolutely. Like you want to spend time for yourself, you know. Like I took my vacation last week, meditated an hour and a half every day. You just want to spend time on yourself. I think it's really important. Actually, I've gotten incredible business insights. I know this sounds like some Silicon Valley shit right here, but like I had a day-long meditation retreat like maybe a month and a half ago, and I actually kind of freed my mind up to like change the context, and I came up with like what's now our you know, moving forward business strategy for Atrium, or at least the core components of it, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll look forward to great things from Atrium. Please give Justin a warm round of applause.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello. All right, that was awesome. All right, our next panel is about artificial intelligence. So, you know, now that's like the new buzzword, but the reality is what percentage of companies are actually building AI, and it's actually lower than you would think. But the next 10 years are going to be basically, yeah, please, if you can help me.
How many people?
2 more chairs, right? All right, sorry, a little housekeeping. So in the next 10 years, I think there's going to be a proliferation of actual artificial intelligence making our lives easier. And so our panel today is going to discuss what that actually means. So I want to introduce everybody: Anne, Amy, Camelia, and Taz. And by the way, the second stage We have those talks going on over there if anybody wants to join there. But warm welcome.
Well, thank you, and hello, everybody. My name is Anne Coquette. I'm the founder and CEO of The Guild, a platform that connects people to each other for real-life connection making, for professional networking. And I have the great pleasure to introduce you to this amazing panel today. And before we do that and go into the expert areas of these founders here on stage, I would like to know who here in the audience is a founder. Show of hands. All right, all right. And who in the audience has or is using AI in your startup? Okay, quite a few people less. And who is thinking about using AI in the future? All right, okay. And last question, who likes wine and beer? All right, we have the right panel here for you. We're going to talk about fashion, about beer and wine, and about AI. So welcome Amy, Camilla, and Taras today to this panel. And I really hope that we get some answers out there for the folks that rose their hands when we ask what is it going to be for your future in the technology stack and how do you implement AI there. So Amy, why don't we just jump right in and you start and kick us off with a quick intro of who you are and what Vine Sleuth is doing and how you got to decide that AI is the technology to use for your startup.
Absolutely right. Well, I'm Amy Gross with Vine Sleuth, and so all of you who like beer, wine, and AI, we could talk later for hours and hours. Basically, what we do is create personal recommendation engines for beer and wine using rock-solid flavor data, personal preference inputs, and inventory so that bars, restaurants, and retailers can give great customer service to those people that are dining with them. The reason that we chose to use AI is we knew we wanted to build a personal recommendation engine. And to be honest with you, it was back in 2009 that I enjoyed Pandora. If you guys remember Pandora, I think Spotify has kind of taken over. But the simple case of I like it, I don't like it. With the music, I wanted to do something like that with wine and beer. And so that's what we're doing at Vine Sleuth.
Awesome. All right. So how does that look like in the fashion industry with Savitude?
Hi, I'm Camilla Olson, co-founder and CEO of Savitude. And Savitude is for those people who are finding clothes not fitting them. They're buying things online and taking them back because they don't look so good on themselves. And how we got into this business is, so this is my third predictive modeling company. The first two were done in another industry, and the first one was public. The second one got bought for $100 million a year after we launched it. And I went back to school and did an MFA in fashion design and launched my own e-commerce label. And then that merged into a marketplace, and we developed an iOS app as a hook to bring people in, and it was an educational piece. And then we quickly realized that we could use AI to automatically curate the assortments that were coming onto our marketplace. So once we did that, we realized we had a B2B business. So we used it as a business necessity. So once that happened, we realized we had a whole nother company. So we shut down my fashion business and then relaunched. So that was called Camilla Olson. It was really, creative, and launched Savitude as a whole new entity. And so what Savitude does is it's a hyper-personalization company that uses expert knowledge, visual recognition, and AI to make ranked recommendations to shoppers, and it delivers a 7% increase in gross margin to retailers. And we're just at the very beginning of doing original generative designs.
Awesome. So we have two consumer startup founders using AI here, and then Taras, you're here with Genius AI, and you do support founders with AI. So tell us more about how that looks.
So when we're doing a prep call for this conference, Camilla mentioned that generative design, and I had no idea what it is. I recommend Googling it. It's really cool. My name is Tadas. I'm a founder and CEO at Genus AI. We are an AI company that is specifically focused on understanding people. So we help companies with deep customer understanding, building predictive models about their behavior, but most importantly, helping companies engage with their customers in an emotionally intelligent way. I did my PhD in computational neuroscience all the way back in the UK at the University of Cambridge, and I spent many years in analyzing patterns in data when it comes to behavior. And what I noticed in the regular kind of data science stack that the companies have, is the regular path of taking your data, organizing it, making it machine learning ready, asking them the right questions, building the predictive models, deploying them, having some APIs or some ways to serve insights. So what we did at Genus AI, we actually packaged that all into a cloud platform. What we do also is that we connect to a whole multitude of other third-party and publicly available data sets to enrich data about consumers. So you don't need to spend millions or wait years until your AI or data science insights into your consumers and their behavior can have a business impact. You can use this right away and drive value. Last thing that I'll say is that we're still young, so we're still at 6 people, but we just finished raising our seed round. So total, we'll have $5 million in the bank, and we'll go forward. But it's a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you.
So the next question is about the tipping point at which you understand this is the time when we could start using some modeling and some predictive analytics looking forward and starting to inform our customers about what could be next for them, and then really bringing that into the product. So for the Guild, it took a while until we hit that point because first of all, you have to build the marketplace. You don't have data out there yet, so you have to bring people in. People need to give you their profile information. They need to tell you who they are, what they're looking for in their career. Then you start to make matches. And once the people meet for coffee or a glass of wine and connect, they give us feedback, right? And that's where the feedback mechanisms start to make sense. And then we said, okay, what do we do with that feedback data, and how do we feed that back into the algorithms? And that was sort of for us the tipping point where we said, now we need to start looking into models. Now we need to go a little further than a linear regression model. And so was there any points for you in your companies where a wine recommendation all of a sudden became like a data challenge, and therefore you started using AI, and how did that look like?
So we actually kind of did things a little bit opposite, and then we started off with a very precise, very intricate model to make the recommendations. And the reason that our recommendation engine works is because of the way that we analyze the wines, and we take that data and then we apply people's preferences to that so that we can make the most appropriate recommendations. What we found, which is a little interesting, is that whenever we built this fantastic model, this fantastic process, and what we're finding is we can actually get farther faster by kind of taking it back and using more of a sort and select model instead of the full-blown AI offering. And actually, I started out of the gate building this fantastic model and wanting to sell that, and that's a very expensive model. I mean, again, the data is what makes us work. And what I'm finding is if we can back it up just a little bit and make it a little bit more accessible to more clients, that we are able to reach even farther and then start using that data, get our foot in the door, and then grow back out to the bigger model later. Wine and beer and actually the whole alcohol space is very behind a lot of the other industries when it comes to collecting data, sharing data, and using recommendation engines. So for us, we really have had to tiptoe our way into it so that that industry is more comfortable with what we're doing.
And is that an advice for the audience as well, for founders in the audience, to say, understand your industry first, or is there a generalized advice from that?
I think that it is. I think sometimes we get caught up in wanting to use machine learning or AI or any other really cool tool. And I think that the best way to find the right solution is to think more so about the problem than the solution. Because you might find that a low-tech solution will solve the problem that you're trying to solve, for quite some time, as then you can move into solve it more completely or better. People seem to be really interested in what AI can do. I was actually on my flight out here from Houston. The woman next to me was working for the UN, and she's coming up with ways that people can look at their sustainability goals. And she said, well, how can I apply AI? And I said, tell me what you're trying to do. I don't know that you always need AI. And actually, most of the things that we're referring to as artificial intelligence aren't AI. It's machine learning, or it's other modeling. But people like to call it AI, and we're really not there for many things quite yet, because that does take intense data, intense feedback loops, and a lot of information that we're really doing a lot of ML.
And so, Todd, as I know, you also use a lot of behavioral science for your work. And so where does that fit in, and where does AI come in?
So I agree that a lot of the AI companies that I meet are based around a machine learning method, or based around building tools for building machine learning solutions. So we're kind of ways out before general AI is going to be available. Specialized AI of some kind is there. I think it is available to solve very limited number of tasks. What we set ourselves to focus on is actually converting data into insights about, well, who's the person behind this data. So for example, if you think about like a massive e-commerce platform of some kind, you'd be able to know a lot about the customers that are on this platform, even to a degree of how fast they're moving their mouse cursor, et cetera. If you are a company that sits on large data sets and large data flows, you're finally able to understand a little bit more rather than just group people by the last action that they took, et cetera. At Genius AI, what we look at is actually predicting personality, so we predict disposition and traits that help us to understand a little bit more how people make decisions and connect that into creating better frameworks in terms of how to engage with them. So getting back to your previous question, I think that if you are a consumer product or consumer business, if you have a handful of customers, you already are at a point where you could leverage additional knowledge. You could leverage machine learning AI tools or technologies to learn something about who these people are that are resonating what you have to offer. And what we notice working with customers that are big banks or big companies to small startups is that when it comes to engaging with a particular customer base or consumer base, if a brand finds a way to connect at a deeper level than just providing that utility, normally they're successful. So the sooner you can start discovering that, the better you're off.
And Camilla, for you, we heard already that you were a fashion brand first, and then you pivoted into an AI tech company. Can you go more in detail, like when that really happened and what drove you to make that decision? And what did that even look like?
Yeah. So we had noticed a problem in the industry that of fit, this big fit problem, in that it was not really recognized as a body shape issue. And we were beginning to build a database, a knowledge base of how to deal with that. And it started out with about 180 rules. Now it has 40,000 rules in it. So our knowledge base is a big part of our IP. So we started out with an iOS app that taught people, how to recognize what their body shape is and to make recommendations on what to wear and to feed into what to buy, right? And then we realized that that whole thing could be recommended through AI. And so just the need to do a better job at that, and Anthropology saying we want to use this on our floor, made us switch to B2B. And in order to do that, we had to use AI, because the math involved to doing it by ourselves was impossible. So we had to use bigger technology, and the only solution was AI. So in order to do that, we had a competent engineer on board who knew machine learning, visual recognition, could do the AI competently. But in sort of investing in all of that, we chose to go with Watson to test out the technology first, to test out models to see what would work for us. So we spent a good year or so just playing with models to see what worked and where we got best results. But then Watson turned out to be way too expensive for us to really make the kind of money we wanted to make. And we moved over to TensorFlow, and we host on AWS. And the economics are so much better there. And we ended up, that's what happened.
Yeah. And so I know, Amy, you also use Watson, right? And then you went away from it?
We did have we had an experience with Watson. So in 2015, they had the Watson ecosystem program, which startups could apply to be a part of, and then test different Watson APIs. And so our recommendation engine for wine and beer we built that ourselves. So all of our algorithms are proprietary, and we were trying to incorporate Watson in a food offering. At the time, Watson had Chef Watson, and so we were looking to use that. And then we also looked at their natural language classifier. For about 3 years, we worked with Watson, and it was great to work with their teams. I'm glad that we built our initial business on a different platform, on our own algorithms, and that we were pulling in Watson to try to solve other problems for us. Turns out they ended up pulling Chef Watson, which I'm still so very sad about. But then we've since gone and built a platform that's now ours that does something similar. So we can also do wine and food and beer and food pairing using AI instead of tagging. But the Watson experience kind of helped us to play with different models, different ideas, different ways to do things to see what worked best for my company. It turned out not to be a long-term solution for us. And I think they have all sorts of different pricing models, and they have recently changed their pricing model to make it more expensive.
So one of the newer things that we've done, and I really recommend you think about this, is so we're in the retail space, and so at first I naively thought, we'll go after big box and we'll be rich, right? Things will be good. And we were in the Techstars retail program in partnership with Target, and we said, great, this is going to really happen. Well, anyhow, there's another story there. But big box retail takes forever to make a decision. Just take that as truth. So one of the things that we did I'm so glad we did, is that we have our technology on AWS, everything up there, and we just drop quiz on retailer site. So we're very, 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 very light on our customer. And so what we now have done is we have ported all of our technology onto Shopify. So our website is on Shopify is one thing, but we have also ported our technology as a plugin onto Shopify. Because everything is up in AWS, we're able to do that. And so it's in the approval stages now. So we're able to offer our AI to all of the Shopify clients. Now, none of our direct competitors do anything like that.
And your market has quadrupled or
right?
I mean, immediately because people are there and using it there.
So Shopify has 700,000 customer shops.
Yeah.
40% of them are. And I don't want you guys to be competitors now, but they probably have people in your space, and you can get their names and numbers of all the shops.
That's great. I love that you did that. Sorry to jump in, but I love that you did that. It was very clever. It was very strategic. I mean, that helped you rise, and you're getting this data that you're able to see more things, look at more trends. I mean.
And I think it's a general trend that companies are building technologies because they want to solve a specific problem. It's the same in health, and then all of a sudden it's one disease, but guess what? It's applicable in other diseases as well. And similar for the Guild, like we built a platform that was first and foremost focused on women founders and women in business, and now we realize there's a lot of communities out there that could use that platform to connect their people. So it's interesting, right, where we sort of start from and then where we pivot as entrepreneurs. So if we're looking at the people in the room and we want to give them advice to the point of here is where you take the different steps, here's the resources you can go find, here's that data scientist you can go hire and not pay $250,000 Bay Area salary. Where would you start there, Tadas? Do you have any recommendations in terms of companies starting to use AI?
In regards to hiring talent or in regards to using machine learning?
Well, both, right? Like, does it mean you have to hire talent, or can you also use open source solutions?
So the consumer businesses that we work with, I normally, internally in our meetings, kind of group into two. So first group is the ones that are sort of digital or technology native. The ones that started recently, they build their entire operation with technology in mind. And on others that are larger, they've been around for a long time, and they're doing cloud transformation. Now, the first group is always extremely exciting to see how fast they're moving and how fast they're scaling, and it's inevitable that will lead towards them dominating in the future. So I think that it's important when you're building a company to have an AI component and not outsource it, actually have it in-house. Especially today, for example, in terms of machine learning, there's new technologies available now. For example, AutoML is a framework that is used as a standard where you no longer need to build models manually. You can optimize and get to results much quicker with much less talent, so much less team, as it were. So you can have an engineer that has an interest in that area, and they would be very happy to learn very quickly and prototype and build things early on. So, and then, as said, there are a great set of tools already emerging that help automate data science pipelines, that help to leverage some very specific language, let's say, solutions, platforms like ours that help to go even to greater lengths to learn something about kind of very vertically about consumers. So there are great tools coming around, so keep an eye out on that and try to be lean and try to be fast, and you'll be successful.
And don't do it for AI's sake, right? AI for AI's sake. If we're talking about that, Amy, what would be your advice to entrepreneurs starting out with AI?
What we have found at VineSleuth is that it's the same computer science adage that we've done for years: garbage in, garbage out, right? AI can be a fantastic tool, machine learning can be a fantastic tool, but if you don't have solid data going in, you're gonna get bad data going out. You're gonna get bad results. We're seeing that as we see gender bias and we see other bias whenever people are using crowdsourced data for things or historical data for things. So if you're looking to go into, if you're researching using ML or AI, make sure that you think about what your data sources are, make sure that you own those data sources, or that you have appropriate access to them, because without the right data, you're not gonna get great results. But with great data, you will get great results.
What about you, Camilla? Any advice?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, first of all, our engineering team is in Ann Arbor, so we don't have to deal with the Bay Area prices. And secondly, and the communication is fine. And so that brings up the second issue, which is communication. So that has been key in all three of my startups in this space. And the other two were in the pharmaceutical industry with clinical pharmacologists. So in this company, we have fashion designers. We started out working with our engineering team, and now we even moved our fashion team reporting to our engineering team. So I think it's really, really important that you focus on communication of your domain experts and your engineering team, that if that is not working, if that is not close and warm and fuzzy, you're not going to succeed. And we put a priority on that, and that is what makes us have, I think, a really strong product. The third thing is to definitely use available platforms for testing, and the last thing is to be careful about what you're optimizing for. Remember the experiment of the plane, that the AI experiment of plane flight failed. The plane never took off because they optimized for safety.
Yeah, and for me to add to that, I think it's thinking about your customer first and foremost, because does the AI you put into your product actually increase the satisfaction or the happiness of your customer? And I see a lot of data science teams go really deep because it's exciting to find patterns, and it's in our DNA as data scientists to go through the data, and then we find this pattern, and then we feel like we win. But at the end of the day, we need to understand if the customer wins. And as a founder, I would recommend for you to always stay curious. Don't give AI to your data science team and walk away. Stay curious, have check-ins, and ask questions. Ask questions where the data comes from. Ask which models are being used. Why are they being used? Is there enough data for those models to actually run right? Is accuracy the thing you want to optimize for, or are there other parameters? I would definitely recommend for everybody who's a founder who wants to add AI to get AI fluid in some way or shape. You don't need to code Python or anything, but stay curious and make sure that you also ask your clients what they think about it and how their experience improves. So I think we're at the end, so thank you so much to everybody here on the panel for joining me, and I hope there was some helpful advice in this amazing panel. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Little housekeeping again. I gotta get these chairs off. Anyway, our next speaker, Omar, Voicea has built something that's like a virtual assistant that listens to you, but it doesn't just transcribe things. It actually understands intent and helps you manage the conversation. So it's really cool. I checked it out. So I want to introduce Omar. Let's give him a warm welcome. Hi, Omar. Thank you.
Hi, actually, can you hear me okay? Yeah, so I'm going to talk today about maybe I just need to turn it on or something. So I'm going to talk about two topics today. I'm going to really quick introduce my journey before this. I built a B2B company that had an exit, and a little bit about the experience there, and then I'm going to jump into Voicea. Pleased to be here. I'm the CEO of a company called Voicea. Before this, I started a company called Blue Kai, which was in the marketing space and was acquired by Oracle and became the Oracle Data Cloud. Anyone here from the marketing industry, ad industry, anything? All right, cool. Yeah, so while they're getting the slides up there, it was a really interesting journey. We started out in 2008 when most advertising was contextually based advertising, and we had a thesis that we could change the way people bought ads by giving you the ability to target ads based on people, not based on places. And so we built a data marketplace where people like Expedia and Kayak and eBay could provide the data, and advertisers through Google, Microsoft, Facebook could acquire the data and target ads. And very quickly, over a short period of time, all those damn shoes started following you everywhere you went, where you'd look at a shoe on a commerce page and you'd see retargeted ads. We were one of the biggest providers of the data that drove that. I apologize for that. And so what happened, we started in 2008, and it was a blue ocean. Anyone here read Blue Ocean Strategies, the book? Yeah, and basically Blue Ocean thesis is that you create a new market rather than going into an old market with lots of sharks and lots of blood. And so we kind of had this idea that we weren't going to sell any ads. We were going to never compete with anyone in the ad ecosystem, but we were going to supply data to all of them. and it actually worked. Most companies competing with us at that time didn't believe that you could sell data, that they thought you had to sell data through ads, and instead we provided the data to the people who ran the ads. And we took off and we grew quite fast. Interesting thing happened, though, is that we had this thesis that a lot of people had data, but they didn't know how to plug it into the ad ecosystem, which is a very dynamic ecosystem. And we thought there would be this new thing called a data management platform, that it would commoditize our business. So the reason I put polar bears here is people think polar bears are cute, but actually polar bears eat their children. And so from a strategy perspective, we looked at it and said, if someone were to go create a really good data management platform, they would commoditize our business. So why don't we commoditize our own business? We built it, and that actually grew faster, and it took us to profitability. And in 2014, I really till now can't explain why. 3 companies, public companies, came and asked to acquire us within a 2-week period. I have no clue why. Just meetings started showing up on my calendar. There was no banker involved at that time. So we entered a process. Oracle acquired us. Started 2013, 2014, they acquired us. Then I met Larry Ellison. He basically put me in charge of a group called the Oracle Data Cloud. We went out and acquired some more companies. It became a $500 million business. It was a lot of fun. But when I built that business, I started to realize that even though we were generating about $500 million in revenue off of data, that the ecosystem on top of us that built the end-to-end value was, $5 to $10 billion of value. And so what I wanted to do with my next company is build kind of an end-to-end company that has a data advantage and an AI advantage, and that's what I'm going to chat about here. Sorry. All right, so I'm going to start with a question. So something really interesting happened last year, this month. There was a baby called Joe Brady who uttered his first words, and it wasn't mom or dad. Anybody want to guess what it was? Yeah, someone said Alexa. Exactly. It was Alexa, which is really embarrassing. I've got 4 daughters. Thank God they didn't say Alexa, and they said their mom and dad's names. But this is a real thing. And why is that happening? Because voice is becoming quickly the new kind of dominant UI for a whole new generation of consumers. And people know what that looks like at home, right? You go in, you say, Alexa, play a song, turn on the lights, set a timer. But people haven't really thought that through about what that's going to look like at work. And we did, and we sat back and we said, how would that be different in work when you're sitting in a meeting? Where do you spend most of your time in a company? You spend it in meetings. And you don't want to interrupt 7 people in a meeting to give a command. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So what would that look like? So first off, we looked and said, how do people perceive meetings? This is autocomplete on Google. I didn't make this up. Basically, they're telling you it's a waste of time. Yet, execs spend more than 50% of the time. Average employees spend 37% of the time in meetings. If you were to ask a CFO where the largest indirect cost, it would be labor time. Yet, we think meetings suck and they're ineffective. And we know we need them. So our goal was to fix that, to make meetings time well spent by creating an enterprise voice assistant, Eva, that looks at your calendar, joins your meetings as a participant, and basically has your back and reverses the trend of a lot of collaboration software. People here use Slack or Teams or anything like that? The technologies are great, but they just assault your attention. If you try to do any deep work, the notifications are constantly pulling you away and interrupting you. We wanted to reverse that by saying, if you're in a meeting, just focus on the people, focus on the conversation. You don't have to have your laptop open. A lot of people have their laptop open and they're starting off taking notes, and then email, text notifications, Facebook, and their IQ drops by 15 points when they're multitasking. So our whole point is put that aside, focus on the conversation. Eva's got your back. We'll capture the recording, we'll capture the video, we'll transcribe it, we'll even help you identify important moments, and we can update your Trello board, your Asana board, your Salesforce board before you've ever left the meeting. So that's what we try to do. In essence, what we're trying to do is build an inbox. I call it the conversations inbox that captures every phone call you want to capture, every one-on-one, any conference call meeting that's for your team, conference call meeting for people around you, not just you, and you get that meeting in your inbox. So first thing, it allows you to focus. Second thing, it allows you to do the opposite of FOMO. People have the fear of missing out, so they go to more meetings than you need to. Our goal is to give you the joy of missing out. You double booked, no problem. Eva will go for you. You'll get a 2-minute summary of what you missed. And so it's starting to build a new way of doing meetings, and hopefully will make you more efficient and maybe even attend fewer meetings. So is it working? Last year we grew about 100x, and all of our key metrics were used in more than 10,000 companies. We're kind of like how Slack or Dropbox or Yammer grew. I call it consumerized B2B. It's bottoms up. Anybody can use us. We have a free product. And then when we notice a lot of people using us in a domain, the sales team will engage and try to sell them a Teams version. Say 23 of the top 30 companies have people that use us. So it's growing quite fast. Google, Cisco, Salesforce, Microsoft, and Workday invested in our Series A last year. What I want to do is talk to you about lessons that I learned, and the rest of the talk is just about lessons learned building this AI, building previous companies. So anytime you want to interrupt and ask a question, you don't have to wait till the end. And if I get to the end and nobody asks a question, then I've failed you. So that's my challenge. So the first thing is we've built this product. What we realize is something really interesting about people's speech. In their mind, they sound like Martin Luther King or Shakespeare. But when they see the transcript, you don't sound anything like that. I don't sound anything like that. Most of the time when the meetings, our grammar kind of sucks. You're interrupting each other. Some of your thoughts are incomplete. You repeat yourself. We had someone who had a very senior role in one of the biggest consulting companies, saw the transcript. They go, this thing makes me look ditzy. So we had them play the audio of the part they were talking about, and it was 100%. It was exactly what they said. So in that world where your speech, and that's assuming the transcript's 100% right. Transcription in multi-speaker meetings is a very ugly problem. All the big companies will talk about 90-95% accuracy rates. That is not true. In multi-speaker meetings, they're in the 70s in terms of accuracy. The problem is so difficult that when we take multiple human transcribers who are professional and ask them to transcribe the same multi-speaker meeting, their error rate against each other is 16%. So it's a hard problem. So when you have to design a UI where almost nobody can agree on exactly what was said in the course of an hour meeting, what do you do? So this is something we learned after a while, that it wasn't just the AI, it was how you presented it. We started out with a full text document that showed you the transcript. It wasn't speaker separated. And what that did is it brought out all the ugliness of the conversation. And then what we did is we evolved to making it navigatable. You come in here and all of a sudden you have a topic cloud. You can quickly get to every moment you talked about Google or you talked about search, and it takes you right to the text. It brings the video up and the audio auto-plays. So you've immersed them into the environment they were in when they had the meeting, and now it's less about our transcripts and it's more about you hearing yourself and seeing what was on the screen. So that's number one. You don't see the video screen here, but it would in the real thing be on the bottom left. The second thing we did is we started creating voice prints so that we can automatically recognize who's speaking and then tag the speech with the voice prints. And the third, and you don't see this because of the coloring here, these are actually in speech bubbles. So we did some studies on how people perceived speech. When you put them in a speech bubble, actually Facebook did some good work here, and that's why they changed their UI a while back. To increase commenting, they put them in speech bubbles because you tend to think that it's a little bit more casual as opposed to when it looks like a document. And when you think that it's not casual, you overthink things. So same thing here. We put them into speech bubbles. We tagged the name. We put a picture. We made it navigatable. And we saw the NPS go up. So whereas a lot of times your AI team is going to want to focus on accuracy, which they should, you should have a bunch of people in your team who are just thinking about, given a constant accuracy number, I can still impact perception in a major way by how I present it. The second thing that we started learning is about this, what I call this pendulum swing between lean back predictive experiences and lean forward experiences where you wait for the user to initiate. So I heard a story, Google invested in us, and they told us a story that when they first created Google, they were very careful to set the expectations to be, hey, they didn't set the expectation to come here, ask a question, and I'm going to give you an answer. That's not what they did. They said, come here, put in a keyword or two, and I'm going to give you 10 links, and maybe one of them is going to be what you're looking for. That expectation setting was very different, and they crushed it. If you think about what Alexa did after Steve Jobs passed away, they got the world's best actors and actresses get up and have these long conversations with Siri. What did that do to your expectation? Did you guys love it? Anybody? I see some people nodding no. No, I think they actually messed up. I think they set the expectation too high. And I think Alexa got it right. At least in their initial launch, and then they built very successfully on that, is you basically would walk in and you'd say, play a song, set a timer, a very constrained set of actions that you would do, and then they built up and grew with that. So you have to be very careful how you set expectations, and we've learned the hard way in this pendulum swinging. We started out where everything was lean forward. You'd have to come in and you'd basically say, okay, Eva, the action item here is for send a contract, which is very lean forward, but we know when you want to speak to Eva. Then some CEOs came to us and said, no, I want to completely lean back. I want Eva to join my meeting, actually get everything, and then correctly identify actions without me telling Eva, which is completely lean back. And you have to predict that you think an action item or a decision has been made, which is a much, much, much harder problem. And so what we did is we figured out how to do both. In the main, if you're in a meeting and you pull out the app and you just press the button at any time, it'll capture that piece of speech. Obviously, it captures the whole speech, but it'll highlight that piece of speech. If you give a voice command, like if you say, okay, Eva, create a task for me to send the contract, it'll actually log into your Trello board and put that in there. Or if you say, okay, Eva, ask everyone to join, it'll email everybody to join. Or if you say, schedule a meeting for the same participants for next week, it'll do that. So there's some things where it makes sense to have a lean forward experience where people will interrupt a meeting and say it, and they will only do those interruptions at the right time when it's socially reasonable. When someone says, hey, send me a contract or schedule the meeting, you can say, okay, Eva, do it. But there's a whole other set of interactions where you don't want to interrupt. And in that case, what we do is we set up these personalized triggers where you get to choose your category of triggers, whether it's finance or project management or sales or whatever, and we'll listen to those words that are triggers for you, and then we'll create this panel highlight reel on the right that's automatic, that pulls in things that look like they're relevant to you, like actions and decisions and contracts, but they're only recommended. We even have a personalization algorithm that recommends stuff. And so if you like what it recommends, you swipe left, and then it becomes available to workflow. It automatically goes wherever you've set up your stuff for it to go, whether it's OneNote or Trello or so on. So there's this nice balance between lean forward, you give a command or you tap and it's intentful, versus AI predicting what you want, making it available for you to, if you want, do something about it. And when you get that wrong, you overwhelm people with your predictions and you automatically send them out to everybody, and it's a bit noisy. So that's one of the really interesting areas about AI design, is learning how to balance, you know, the saying, if we had done what people asked, it would have built a mechanical horse. It's the same thing here. People will ask for things, and you need to be a little bit careful about how you answer it.
You would mute and, you know, probably discuss amongst yourselves and then get back to the call if the client is on the other side. How would Ava, you know, detect that, or how would this come into picture?
First of all, I have to thank you twice. One, you asked a question, so thank you. The second one is, it's as if you knew what was coming next. All this interesting stuff about creating socially safe recordings. Like, what does it mean for this meeting to be recorded? So, to answer this specific question, that's easy. Eva's a participant, and Eva will be muted just like the other participants at that point when you did the local mute. But to answer the question behind the question, first thing we did is we're really in your face. Eva will email the participants saying they're coming there. Obviously, you can control those settings. You can say, Eva, don't be noisy, don't email people. But the default is it'll email it saying, everybody. As long as the host invites, Eva will email people saying I'm going to be there. So one, you know you'll be there. Second, Eva shows up as a video component. It actually, it projects. And you're like, okay, it's kind of clear that's not a human, so you now know there's something there. Third is it announces itself. And then the fourth is it does something that's kind of, people thought was controversial when we first did it, because nobody has this design pattern, but it now is like making a lot of sense. Anybody who joins the meeting, who's on the calendar, can delete the whole meeting for everybody. Why? It's our collective voice in that meeting. And if somebody feels uncomfortable, they should have the rights protected. So we figured it would be better to err on the rights of participants rather than only err on the rights of the corporation. People would be less comfortable because this is not a top-down tool, it's a bottoms-up tool. We want people to love it. Then we created something that we call Vegas mode. Basically what happens, the meeting stays in the meeting. So if anybody in the meeting's talking and you feel it's too confidential, you could say, okay, Eva, switch to Vegas mode, or you can press a button. And what will happen is the audio gets deleted, the video gets deleted, and the transcript gets deleted. The only thing that stays are the action items, the things that you explicitly asked for. One of our financial institutions, their default is everything is in Vegas mode, unless you flip it the other way. So we've been very sensitive to think through, how do you make this socially safe? So the other thing is Eva doesn't come into a meeting and says, it's not just about presenting it, saying, hey, I'm recording it so I can hold this against you next month. The whole thing that you want to do with Eva is say, I'm here so you can focus on the meeting. I will also be recording and transcribing. So great question. Thank you. So basically, if you think through the future of work that this is going to enable, it's voice first changes the paradigm. You remember back in 2012, Twitter and Facebook decided to design for mobile first and then web, and it changed how people thought through mobile first UI. We're doing the same thing for voice. You think through a UI where the voice interaction is the UI. Second, you build for mobile. Third, you build for web. What does that change? People have been critiquing Amazon for this idea that they've been listening to Alexa and correcting how Alexa speaks. And I understand the privacy concerns. We do things a little bit different because it's our enterprise data, not ours, so we have to be even more sensitive than Amazon. But the one thing they did right is if you ask for Alexa to do something and you say, Alexa, the lights turn on, let's say that's a common query. They're now going to adjust and understand that that's a legitimate way for you to say, turn the lights on. So philosophically, that means the designer of the device, their job is to understand you and make the thing work, as opposed to building an interface where you're continually training the user to understand your interface. You see that inversion? It's very important for how you design voice interfaces. And I think that's going to change how we design a lot of AI. The other things we're going to start to see is multiple AIs coordinating. Alexa will ask Eva, Eva will ask Alexa, Alexa will, okay, Google will ask Cortana. And you're starting to see these partnerships emerge as opposed to having only one AI in the marketplace. I'm going to end with something which has nothing to do with the business of what I'm doing. It is basically what I call my journey of unlearning. Noam Chomsky used to say that highly educated people can sometimes be highly indoctrinated people, and I find that to be incredibly true. That you go through sort of higher education, and then you continue your education sitting with all these like high-powered execs, and you start repeating the same stuff, and you start to believe it. And I'm going to share with you some of the stuff that I've been trained on that I think is totally useless. So the first one is, I remember when I was a kid, my father came to me, I was in Egypt at the time, and he said, hey, if you get into a really good university like MIT, I'll pay for it. So I got in, and I thought to myself, wow, I did a great job. Like, not many people in my school have ever been to MIT. I did a great job. And that was really the wrong narrative. The right narrative was, first of all, my father, I had a father. Let's start with that. Second, he challenged me. He didn't ask me, where we're going out drinking this weekend. He basically said, work hard and I'll support it. So he set a goal for me. So there's all these things in the narrative we get taught as we're going on along the way that basically boils down to, you're a badass, your future's in your control, it's only because of you. And I get that. That motivates us, but it makes us blind to the idea that you aren't really pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps. And that narrative in the startup community and the universities that feed into it, I think overwhelmingly makes you focus on what a badass you are and forget the fact that you have all these environmental advantages that other people don't have. So that's one thing. The other one is there was a person writing a book about hero CEOs, and someone recommended that he interview me, and my whole point was, no, you shouldn't be calling the CEO the hero, because if the CEO is the hero, they've done something wrong. Like, their team should be really the reason they're succeeding, and their goal should be to elevate their team and have a really good team that challenges itself. And that kind of CEO mentality where the CEO gets $300 the pay of the lowest paid employee, or $3,000, is a problematic piece of our education. Another piece of thinking that we continually get ingrained in is this idea of being heat-seeking missiles to all our goals, which, of course, how are you going to achieve your goals if you're not that? But remember that you have to go home and have a life at some point. So if you're a heat-seeking missile to your goal, that incredible amount of time you're in a startup, and then we're all badass CEOs who have to work out 7 days a week. We also have to take that 1 to 2 hours to work out, and then we have to go to networking events, and then we have to do these meditations and do all these things. And you've got 2, 3, 4 kids, and they've got questions about their next exam. How are you going to answer that? So getting that balance in mind doesn't fit the narrative. Even CEOs in the Valley, we start to all look the same. Everybody's fit. Everybody's going to all these type of self-help things, and that's great. I get it. But there has to be another narrative about taking care of the people around you. It'll make your life a lot happier, and you'll be able to succeed and do multiple startups. Anyway, I'll stop there. Just wanted to leave that thought about don't buy the narrative that we're all taught. Look a lot deeper, and just because you're highly educated doesn't usually mean that you're actually questioning the fundamentals that everybody around you is kind of spewing out. Thank you for your time. Oh.
It becomes known that meetings are going to be recorded. I think, Ray Dalio has the radical transparency where they video allegedly meetings. So do you find there's a lift just because of the cultural prevalence of knowing you're going into a meeting that's likely to be recorded?
Accountability works magic. I would love to make our whole marketing just about accountability, but we needed our first phase for people to be comfortable with recording first. You're absolutely right, though. Accountability over time changes the behavior of how people interact.
Thank you. Great talk.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to do our pitch competition. And we decided that the third place teams are both going to get the pitch. So do a 10-minute break, and then we'll come and do the competition. All right. All right, wake up, everybody. Come on. We got afternoon spurt. The two best speakers, the keynotes are still coming, so we saved the best for later. But the pitch competition is always really fun, and I think for all 7 or 8, maybe even 10 years, Bill Reichert has been leading the charge with the investor panel. So this year, for the first time, we're going to have 4 teams pitch. They get about 4 minutes to present a little bit more about what they are doing. And then the investors are going to grill them with some questions. And then at the end, we're going to do a pretend partner meeting, basically, where the investors discuss amongst each other which company they should invest in. So without further ado, let's see if we can get everybody up here. So just to remind you, Holistic Air, My Buddy AI, what was the other one? Palette Club, and Zen Sports are the finalists that are going to pitch. Yeah. Okay. Bill? All right, everybody. Welcome.
Hey.
Bill, thanks for
always a
doing
pleasure.
this always.
Yes, always a pleasure. Okay. So great to see you all here. Welcome to the 2019 version of the Startup Conference. Always a fun event. So today we're going to reprise one of our traditional events here. Ah, here he is. Okay. Hey. Welcome, welcome. So Nima, is it okay we just quickly run through the introduction?
Intro is perfect. Let everybody know who you are and
All right.
why you're here.
So I'm going to ask my colleagues here on the panel to quickly introduce themselves, starting with Ken.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ken Elephant. I'm a managing director and co-founder of Sorensen Ventures, and we're an early-stage fund. We just closed about 2 years ago our fund of about 110 million. We focus on companies that are in the security segment as well as the infrastructure software investment. And we've been involved with companies like Fastly, Carbon Black, Alien Vault, and DocuSign, among a bunch of others. And we completely focus on early-stage companies.
Mm-hmm.
Hey
Great.
everybody, Michael Sidgmore, partner and co-founder at Broadhaven Ventures. We are a seed stage fintech fund that invests off the balance sheet of a partner company called Broadhaven Capital Partners, which is a fintech investment bank. We've been involved with a number of early stage fintech companies, both in here in Latin America. Some of you may be familiar with MoneyLion, Carta, Scale Factor, Credit Justo, and Trizic.
I'm Pavel Cherkashin. I'm the founder and managing partner of Minddraw Capital. We have about 3 years old, 200 million under management, doing very speculative stuff, mostly focusing on deep tech, so AI, autonomous vehicles, but also doing, going broadly from fintech to artificial diamonds and did 2 IPOs already, 3 unicorns in the portfolio in the last 3 years.
Hi everyone, my name is Harshita Khilari and I'm a partner over at Decipher Capital. Decipher is an early stage, so specifically seed and pre-seed stage venture fund that focuses on fintech and blockchain companies. So we don't do tokens, we don't do coins, we take traditional equity stakes in companies that are blockchain and blockchain adjacent.
Nuno Gonçalves Pedro, I'm the managing partner and founder of Strive Capital. The second fund is focused mostly on deep tech, early stage, so pre-seed and seed investments. And then we also do some late stage investments because it's mostly a high net worth family vehicle. And then that's my weekend job. My day job is with Grisham Robotics, where I basically lead all operations around deal flow, value proposition to startups, et cetera. And I'm also responsible for how we bring in what companies we bring in. Some investments would include companies like Zoom Pizza, Spin, Starship, Zipline, a few others. And on the Strive side, my first fund, we invest in companies like App Annie, KeepSafe, and then later on in companies like Gusto and Rubrik that some of you might have heard.
Great, thanks team. And oh, by the way, my name is Bill Reichert, and I'm Managing Director of Garage Technology Ventures. Garage is a seed and early stage venture capital fund. We're focused on primarily deep technology with a compelling value proposition, targeting a significant enough niche that they can defend where there are not a whole bunch of competitors, and they can get to an inflection point on a reasonable amount of capital. I'm also affiliated with a global venture fund called Pegasus Tech Ventures, which invests all over the planet on behalf of a network of over 25 corporate investors. So with that, what we're going to do today is somewhat different from the typical pitch event. We are going to have four companies that you guys selected, I guess, as the finalists. They're going to pitch for about 4 minutes, and then we're going to do Q&A for about 4 minutes. And then at the end, we're going to have a public deliberation on, as if we were a single venture fund, as if we're partners in a fund, we're going to talk about which one of the four companies we want to invest in. So the idea was to give you guys a window into how VCs see and listen to and hear pitches, and then how we negotiate with each other on which company to invest in. So hopefully that'll be fun, and hopefully the entrepreneurs will enjoy it as well. But with that, let's kick off the first pitch.
Okay,
all right.
Hello again, everyone, and hello to you. My name is Maria Lee, and I'm a founder of Holistic Air. The pollution face mask industry has a market size of over $2.7 billion, and it is on track to grow to over $4 billion by 2022. And that's because 9 out of 10 people live in areas that are affected by bad air quality. The face mask is their only defense against outdoor air pollution. In India, China, and other parts of Asia, wearing a mask is a part of daily life. 4.7 million people die from outdoor air pollution every single year. 76% of the masks on the market don't actually work, and that's because 3 out of 4 people wear them incorrectly. They look easy enough to put on, but unless they're sealed properly on your face, fine dust particles can still get in. And even if you do get it on right, the high levels of carbon dioxide trapped inside your mask is also dangerous. That's why we created Respire, the first ever wearable device that protects you from the inside of your mask so that your mask can protect you from the outside. Holistic Air's Respire is one of those devices that will change the mask industry. It is small, lightweight, easy to use. It tells you if your mask is sealed on properly, and it alerts users when they've reached unhealthy levels of carbon dioxide. Finally, giving people access to data that can help save lives. Our prototype is currently undergoing user tests, and the results are really good. We're here today to ask for support in getting Respire into the hands of mask users everywhere so that we can together educate and save lives. Our team won first place in the Seoul Hardware Hackathon this past March. We have also been awarded support from the Korean government in the form of grants and multiple accelerator programs. Our crowdfunding campaign starts this fall, and hopefully, if we're successful, will become our gateway into markets all over the world. Please vote for us, and I look forward to your feedback and your questions.
Okay, thank you. Wild applause. All right, questions for Maria.
So first question, how are you going to market? So your sensors, you're not selling the masks themselves. How are you going to get the sensors in the hand of consumers? How is your go-to-market strategy?
Yes, so we're going to start with our crowdfunding campaign this fall. I actually live in Korea. I've lived there for 8 years, and I've come here for the Startup Conference. And so it's a real issue for us. Out of 45 days out of a year, those are the only clean days we get. Every other day, it's gray skies, but not from overcast. It's from bad air quality. So it's a really unhealthy environment, and that's just Korea. That doesn't include China or India or other parts of the world. And so we believe that a crowdfunding campaign in Korea will help us get our product out to other parts of Asia, because Korea has a lot of credibility. After our crowdfunding campaign, we'd like to also try to partner with face mask companies because we believe that we can probably work with them to sell these at the same time.
Does that mean, are you planning on being B2C or B2B2C? Are you going to sell to the face mask? Will they want to integrate you, or are they not going to want to integrate you, but maybe they'll co-sell you?
So it's a new idea. It's a new product, and it's a real problem. And so the idea to do the crowdfunding is to get people aware of the problem of carbon dioxide being trapped inside the mask. It's getting them aware that this is a product that they really need, and to get some traction so that when we work with other companies, it'll make sense to them to want to work with us.
But have you talked to any of the face mask? Have any of the face mask companies already said, sure, we'll sign up with you?
We haven't talked to them yet.
You haven't? Okay. Yes. All right. I'm sorry. Other questions?
Could you? Oh, go ahead.
I still don't understand. You're trying to sell on this problem of polluted air, but in reality, you don't solve this problem, right? You only can indicate if I have more carbon dioxide under my mask than I would.
So we solved two problems. I wish we could solve the air pollution problem. I think there's a lot of people working on that. Unless I can put a giant air purifier on someone's face, which would be probably more like a bubble. We're trying to be able to live in the world, right, for the time being. What this device does, you can put it on any face mask. So there's tons of face masks that are on sale, but people that wear the mask don't wear it correctly. And when you don't have a proper seal, you might as well not wear a mask because the fine dust particles still get in. So the first solution is letting people know that their mask is sealed properly, right? And then second is to measure the carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide is not bad for you, really, because we all have it in our bodies, right? But it's the long-term exposures. And in these countries, people wear masks all day. My kids go to school in Korea, and the air quality inside the school is as bad as it is outside. And so kids wear masks in class all day long.
Could you talk to me a little bit about the pre-existing mask market? The reason I'm asking is because your TAM isn't that big. So I'm just wondering, is it super fragmented? Is it consolidated? What is the likelihood of actually getting a feasible product entered into the market and gaining share?
Getting a feasible...
Like a product into the market to be able to, effectively gain share. Are there a lot of little producers, or are there a handful of big producers? What does the landscape look like?
Of the mask or the device?
Masks.
The mask, there's massive companies that make masks. It's a $2.7 billion industry right now.
Are there a lot of them, though, or are they just a handful of...
Oh, no. 3M, there's so many big companies. Vogue Mask comes out of San Francisco here.
So what's the average price of a mask, and what's your average price?
Right. That's a really good question. So it depends on the type of mask you want. There's daily disposable masks that are anywhere between $1 to $2.
Right.
And then there's masks that are reusable that roughly range about $80 to $90, maybe even $150, depending on what you want. All of those masks are also have to be exchanged every 6 months because of the filter. So it gets dirty, so you have to replace it. So the price of masks is very expensive. Our device is reusable, and it doesn't matter which mask you're on, and the retail price point that we're aiming for is $79.
That's $79.
Wow.
For the mask?
Mm-hmm. Not for the mask, for the device.
Sensor.
Oh, for the sensor.
Yes.
And so, by the way, congratulations on building something that I think can have real impact on society.
Thank you.
That's awesome. My key question is around the IP that you have here. So 3M and a lot of these other companies that actually are creating the masks have R&D teams, and I have to think that they know that there's not a great seal. Why can't they make something just like this?
I suppose they can, but I believe that our product is hopefully being the first out will become brand recognizable because we're also focusing in areas that, I don't know, actually I'm curious why this device doesn't already exist. It's a real life problem for us, right? When we go out, I don't even know if my kids have their masks on correctly. So if it was something they were going to create, they would have created it.
Is anyone on your team from a mask company?
No, I have 2 other engineers on my team, so we're a very small team. One used to make products like toys, and so product you probably recognize is the Tickle Me Elmo. And my other engineer, he is a robotics engineer.
Yep. Okay, I'm sorry we're out of time, guys. But Maria, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
All right, my buddy AI.
Next up.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Ivan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of MyBuddyAI, and we're building the voice-based AI English tutor for kids. We help children practice spoken English by talking with a virtual AI-powered character, just like they would talk with a human tutor. So this story started when I brought my daughter Sophia to the United States when she was 3 years old, and she had to learn speaking English. Of course, there are like tons of English learning apps and websites, but it turns out that the only way to practice speaking online was through tutoring platforms that connect children and teachers via video conferencing. And these platforms were growing extremely fast in recent years. Like, for instance, VIP Kid has grown from 0 to 750 million annual revenue in less than 5 years. Problem is, companies like VIP Kid, which charge $20, $30 per lesson, can only reach a tiny percentage of 500 million children who are trying to learn English now, including 20 million immigrant children here in the US. So enter MyBuddyAI, the AI tutor that can tutor every child on the planet. So meet Buddy.
Hello, Ivan.
Hi, Buddy.
How are you?
I'm great, and you?
I'm great. Thank you. Do you want to play dinosaurs?
I'm a little bit busy now, man.
Bye-bye. See
Bye.
you later.
Bye. So that's our Buddy. So Buddy helps children learn vocabulary, train pronunciation, and even practice real-life dialogues. We had to develop a proprietary natural language understanding technology, and we went through hours and hours of recordings of human tutoring and understood that we can deliver 90% of what a human tutor can do at only 2% of the price. And technology makes us different from all other language learning apps out there, which may provide some pronunciation training, but does not help you with conversation practice. So we launched a year ago and already generated $170,000 in subscription revenue. We are growing 20% month over month. And so last month we made like $24,000. This month we will make over 30. We already made 20 this month. Our unit economics is solved. So the LTV is over $50 and CAC at 12. And while we acquire 60% of our users using Facebook and Google Ads, a quarter of our users find us via word-of-mouth referrals. And we also just signed a partnership agreement with an online school and with guys who built projectors for children. We have over 27,000 ratings on the web store, almost all of which are 5-star ratings. And we're a small team, only 4 people, but we have the experience of building powerful voice-first products. Previously, we worked at Cubic AI, where we built an Amazon Echo-like smart speaker, and the company was acquired. So now we're raising $1 million to reach 1 million ARR early next year, build partnerships, and advance the product. So join us on the mission, and I hope our children, the next generation, will be able to really speak to each other. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, questions for Ivan.
What's your retention rate? Like, let's say 3 months retention.
It is 40% per year. Like, comparing to...
Per year?
Per year. Comparing to Duolingo, which has like 5%.
And what's the sample on that? So when did you launch?
We launched in last March, but
so what would count as 40%? How many users are that?
So
4?
On annual subscriptions,
so for He hit me. You guys saw it.
So we have like a 200 users cohort.
Sorry?
200 users.
200 users,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
So that would be 40% of 200?
Yeah.
Understood, clear. Could you tell us a little bit about your funnel, sort of total number of users that have registered, that are still registered, monthly active,
So monthly
daily
active,
actives or weeklies?
Yeah, so monthly active, 30,000. 30,000? Yes,
Okay.
monthly active. And we have a bit over 3,000 paying users now on the platform.
Ah, okay. So most of them are free.
Most of, most of them are free now, yes.
Okay.
Only 3,000 are subscribers, are paying subscribers now.
Okay, so following up on Nuno's point, I mean, if you look at January paid, how many people who were paying in January are still paying now?
From January.
Right. Would you say is it
so?
Is it over 60%?
So we have different.
Okay.
So you know, annual subscribers, and so we also have like weekly subscribers. So they behave differently.
Okay.
So for weekly subscribers, the retention would be like 75% a month.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I mean, we're testing whether the LTV is fair or if it's exaggerated.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can.
All right.
Give
And what are the price points again for subscription versus the rest? So you say it's a freemium model. So what's the bar to start paying for subscription?
So so it's 30,000 monthly active users and 3,000 paying subscribers. That's our numbers.
But what's the weekly subscription?
But what forces people to become a paid subscriber? So
so
what do they get?
We have a pretty short, like a free experience. That after that we just ask you to pay, or you can also refer a friend. And by the way, 50% of users send invitations to to get free
What's
premium
the
content.
kind of jumping off point though from free to paying? Like how many, is it a number of lessons? Is it like after a week, then they have to start paying? And then
It's usually happens, you know, like within a week. Yeah. More than 50% within a day, actually.
So could you clarify, how much is the weekly subscription?
It's $8.
$8?
$8.
Okay. And then is there a monthly version?
No, but there's an annual. It's 50. Yeah.
$50.
Yeah.
So you pay 50 up front and you get it for a year.
Yeah.
That's your point.
Yeah. That's
okay.
So VIP Kit uses the same strategy, basically.
Okay.
And it's not the final prices, by the way. We A/B test prices like every week, but that's the best model at this point.
Okay.
Best tested model.
Okay. All right. And how many of your $8 subscribers have flipped to 50?
Well, I don't know. No.
Okay. So, any other questions? How about efficacy? Is there a way you can benchmark your efficacy compared to VIP Kids?
Advocacy?
Yeah. How good are you compared to VIP Kids?
For example.
Right.
So VIP Kid, first of all, so it's hard to compare it directly because they are like human tutors versus us.
Right.
So we have 50%, like 46% advocacy rate, and I don't know their advocacy rate, unfortunately.
Okay. Michael.
Can you talk a little bit about your technology? So how have you developed the AI and trained it and made it so that kind of responsive works, et cetera, and speak to the team in that regard as well?
So I mentioned that previously we worked at voice assistant company. My co-founder and I was a co-founder of our previous company as well. It was sold. So we kind of have the experience of building voice-first products, and so we just applied it. Now it's 5 people, and we plan to double the development team by the end of summer. And we also have 2 educators working with us, but they're mostly like advisors. They're 2 PhDs in psychology of learning, and education sciences.
Okay, great. And by the way, is that really your daughter?
Yes.
Really good. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next.
Okay, Nicolas. Hello, I'm Nicolas Mandiara. I'm the founder of Palette Club.
Palette Club.
The world of wine is a $360 billion market, which is the most fragmented consumer market of that
size. There is a big problem in the middle of the market. 100,000 wineries are shipping 1 million new labels every year to 1 billion consumers who don't understand them. So adding to the confusion, the wine has become way more expensive. Wine prices of quality wine have basically outgrown 3 times inflation in the past 20 years. Moreover, the main problem, the main consumer problem, not understanding their taste in wine, has never been addressed with innovation in any retail. So this is where we come in. We built a new service which is based on selling wine as an experience and not anymore as a product push. So it enables you to explain your personal profile with using more than 200 traits and matching your profile with the best wine regions you would like. It enables you to have a very flexible subscription, making it very easy to buy wine without even having to choose bottles. We added a lot of wine education features because that's one of the main customer frictions, like videos of the winemakers as well. But the biggest point is that we ship wine with a value because we match it to your personal taste. So how we do that is we built a data science model. So it's 12 PhDs who have worked on this, neuroscientists, mathematicians, etc. It's the most advanced in the market by far. So sommeliers enters the reviews of the wines we ship, so basically with more than 30 traits out of 200, so very precisely. And the customers just have to rate from 1 to 5, and that builds, after 4 bottles, their initial profile. The 4 bottles come usually wrapped in a box, in a nice blind tasting kit. We use blind tasting to avoid the biases. It also makes it fun. And the IP decides which of the wines come in. And then the cycle continues because we ship those bottles wrapped by a tissue with a secret bottle number. And after that, basically, the more you rate, the more it updates your profile, the more the system learns. So we have launched last year in beta, and we started to get traction in March, February, March. We're now actually accelerating pace. Our current growth in June is going to be 60% compared to May. And it's probably going to grow faster because there's big deals coming up now on the distribution side and basically on our go-to-market strategy. But the best news is that customers are super sticky. The average ratings go up every time they receive new shipments. And basically we have only, for customers reaching shipment number 2, the churn is less than 5% for every new shipment, which means we probably have, because we only operate in the premium segment, between $17 and $60 a bottle, which means we probably will have the highest LTV of the market. Whoops. Up. It turned off.
Please tell me.
Oh.
Okay, there we go.
So
okay.
Our business model is simple. It's direct e-commerce, B2C, subscription-based. So the subscription is based on the number of bottles you want. It's very flexible. You can, whatever, say frequency and the price range. We buy directly from wineries and we sell directly to the customer, which basically creates 2 types of values for the end customer. One is the creation of the wines. We only take 5% of what we actually see, and then we match them through the algorithms. So as I like to say, if you go random for a $20 bottle, instead of having 10% of chance of getting good value, and then you go to 90%. Okay, so my team is a very experienced team of online marketing, and I've built a $100 million e-commerce business before. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So okay, 2 questions. So yes. Your rating seems super low. 3.1 average is very low for the start of a business of this sort. And the second question I had is around laws, right? Laws of distribution of alcohol in the US are pretty stringent, depend on states. So how are you going to go around those? So the two questions.
So for the rating, it's not low, because it's from 1 to 5 on 4 first bottles, which are polarizing, and they are meant to be very different, and they're meant that you won't like some of them. okay?
So this is the rating of the wines. It's not customer rating.
Yes, it's a rating
on your
from the wines. Sorry for the confusion, but it's basically the customers only have to do one thing: is rate from 1 to 5 the blind tasting bottles, and then they go up because the algorithm do a good job. So it's very normal that we are actually in the middle at the beginning. So wine laws, it would be too long today to explain. The coincidence is that today the Supreme Court is expected to rule on wine retail in the US. So we have an importer license, wholesale and retail, so we can ship to California. One of our growth thing is that we will be able to ship to 12 more states this summer. So then you go state by state, unless the Supreme Court today says we can reach all the states at once. So in any case, you can scale, but if they say that will scale faster. We have basically the licenses, and we have really figured out how we will grow. But it's a complicated thing, so I would use too much time to explain.
But now you sell in California only, or?
Yeah, we started California only, but California is 18% of the addressable market of the US. Just to give you an idea, for us, that means 2 million people, which are the core target in our addressable market. And I only need 3,000 to break even, so it's...
Michael?
One question on distribution and one on CAC. So on distribution, how are you going about partnering with wineries to get the wine?
So I have 2 top sommeliers. One of them is master and advanced. So they go to the wineries, they go to all the fairs. They've traveled all over around the world in the past 18 months. So it's a tough job, and they're doing it very well.
And you're getting, how long does it take to get wineries to sign up and get the bottles? Because it sounds like you're getting bottles at relatively...
Oh, as soon as wineries love us. I was surprised how much, because they're already using data, and what they're interested in having the customer feedback loop they never have. So they actually ask that we give them back office credentials so that they could see some of the data. So they really want to go long term. And if you remember, I was saying the entire market is running a product push. Like, everybody's trying to say, oh, I have the best bottle with the best price. We actually go see wineries with our data and say, we put it in the system, and then you say, oh, we have 300 people match that, so we're going to buy that much, and for the next 3 years. And they love that logic.
And then on CAC, I may have missed it, but what's the CAC on the customer?
Current CAC is $60. $60 customer acquisition cost. The average basket for every shipment is $117. A new shipment is 6 weeks.
That's monthly, or that's 6?
6 weeks. So people choose, they start monthly, and they can choose 2 months, 3 months. So the average of the first 300 customers cohort now, which are subscribers today, is 1.5 months. So 8 shipments a month.
Okay.
So that means
do you have a quick question?
I do. I think that, well, at least for me, one of the big problems is going to be your access to wines. Because if I like Screaming Eagle, and they are always sold out, and they don't want to distribute through you.
So you have the investor, super connoisseur, super expensive wine bias. The market above $60 of wine in value is less than 1%.
Okay, so you're going for the
So
mid-range.
I'm going for where the growth is. It's like 15% growth, $17 to $60.
He's going for me, Ken, not you.
And those wines, we will come. We have a plan for that. But it's not addressed first, and we're not addressing top connoisseurs. We're coming to that. If I have time, I will explain. But that's not what we're targeting first.
Okay, I'm sorry we're out of time. But thank you so much. Palace
Thank you.
Club. All right, last but certainly not least,
Zen Sports.
Zen Sports. Come on up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wild applause.
Let's wake up, everybody. All right. My name is Mark Thomas, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Zen Sports. Most people, when they think of sports betting, they think of some underground market where you're going to call your bookie down the street, and if you lose that bet, he's going to send Johnny No-Thumbs to your apartment and break your kneecaps with a bat if you don't pay up. The reality is that sports betting is actually a highly regulated, legal, $120 billion market worldwide. Even in the United States, which is notoriously super conservative when it comes to betting and gambling, the US Supreme Court ruled last year that states can begin legalizing sports betting, and 13 states already have. But despite the fact that sports betting is a huge market and highly regulated and legal, there are tons of pain points that exist with traditional online sports books. Namely, you first have to trust that when you send your funds to Aruba, they're not going to run off with your money. Or that your funds will even get to Aruba, because oftentimes your bank will decline those transactions, or it'll take 3 to 5 days to fund your account. So good luck betting on that game tonight that you wanted to bet on. And worst of all, sportsbooks only make money when you lose. The house always wins, right? So they always set the odds and the terms in their favor, which isn't good. So here's Zen Sports to the rescue. We've built the only peer-to-peer, decentralized mobile sports betting app, where anybody can come in and create and accept any kind of sports bet with anybody else in the world with just a few taps of a button. We make it super seamless. You can download the app from the App or Play Store. You can deposit funds and bet with cryptocurrencies or fiat. And it's fun and social. So it doesn't feel like your traditional sportsbook that you're using from some online website. We launched just a couple of months ago, and prior to that, we took the time to get it right from a legal and regulatory perspective. We have several international gaming entities and licenses. We took the time to get approval from both Apple and Google to be live in the App and Play Store, something that you can't just run out and start doing tomorrow if you want. And we're working on getting licensed in the 13 or so states in the US that have legalized sports betting. So you talk about building moats around a business. You want to start this kind of product? Good luck. It's going to take you months to catch up to where we are. In the couple of months since we've launched, I think we have some pretty attractive KPIs with spending just about $1,000 a month on some Facebook ads. We've mostly been focusing on content to drive this. We've had over 4,000 bets created, doing over $125,000 a month in betting volume. Our average annual revenue per customer for the fees that we collect is approximately $450, and our CAC payback time is only 7 weeks. From a revenue model perspective, we charge an average of 3% for all bets that go through. So that's how we make money. I haven't talked too much about the cryptocurrency and blockchain angle, but we're actually going to be implementing smart contracts on the blockchain to further decentralize what we're doing. Because we are not a bookmaker in any way, shape, or form. We don't get in the middle of creating, accepting, or resolving bets. We want to be a truly decentralized, trustless system for sports betting. I think we've done a lot, very limited resources, myself and 2 amazing engineers. My last startup was a real estate tech startup that got acquired by Realtor.com in 2015. And we're currently raising a $1.5 million seed round, of which $250,000 is already closed. We're giving investors a choice of equity or tokens, depending on whatever they prefer. So come talk to me about investing and being part of the next revolution of sports betting, one Johnny No-Thumbs at a time.
All right. Okay, questions for Mark. I got to go with Harshita, right?
Yes.
You got it.
Right.
So I think gambling and gaming is such an intriguing sector, but I'm really curious about why the blockchain integration, just because trust is going to come at a cost, and in this particular case, it's going to be speed, because blockchain ain't fast. So talk to me about how that works when, bets are, by virtue of being bets, are going to be time sensitive.
Sure. So I would agree with that more if we're talking about like an online casino like blackjack or craps or roulette, where it's got to be like real time. And we do real time in-game betting. So up to this point, we've been semi-decentralized, which means we don't get in the middle of making, taking, or creating bets. We stay completely out of the bet-making process, but all the bets are hosted on our server, so they're not yet on the blockchain. We've partnered with and received an investment from Icon, which is a blockchain out of Korea. We feel it's one of the faster blockchains that's out there. It's much faster than Bitcoin, much faster than Ethereum. So by partnering with them, we actually feel we won't have some of the latency issues that you bring up. And so I feel with a combination of the fact that we're doing sports betting, not online casino gaming, we partnered with the right blockchain protocol, and I think we're setting this up from a development perspective the right way. I don't think we'll run into these issues that you're bringing up.
So if it's peer-to-peer, the KYC part, the know your customer part, becomes the whole thing. Because
So we
have parties that are trading and they're basically making bets. How do you deal with that?
So we partnered with a company called Shifty Pro. We've integrated Shifty Pro directly into our platform. So when it's time for you to cash out your winnings, you have to go through KYC and AML to make sure you're not a criminal or doing anything nefarious with your funds. So we haven't built that ourselves, but we built it and integrated into our app. And just one real quick note on that, we really look at ourselves as a platform. We've really integrated a lot of other amazing products and APIs so that we haven't had to build these things from scratch, yet still provide all these services that our customers want and need.
Okay, follow up? Yeah?
Me?
Quick, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand this right. So if you're not acting as a bookmaker, there's a high probability that I could want to make a certain bet that no one will take the counter position of. So like it's not guaranteed?
So we have an over 87% acceptance rate of bets in our app. We're not doing this right now, but one thing we will be doing is providing a recommendation engine that if you are way outside like one standard deviation of what traditional other bookmakers have, will warn you and say, hey, look, this has a low likelihood of being accepted, but look at us more like a trading platform. If you say you want to buy Bitcoin right now at $3,000, your order's not going to get filled. It's a very similar concept.
Okay, Michael, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, what's your revenue model? How are you making money?
So we charge 2% to takers and 4% for makers. So 2% for makers for adding liquidity to the marketplace, and 4% for takers for removing that liquidity from the marketplace.
Okay. So you have 4,000 bets. How many users?
So we have a few thousand users. We have about 125 active paying customers, again, on just about $1,000 a month in marketing right now. As I mentioned before, the average revenue per customer per year is about $450, which means the average betting volume per customer per year is approximately $15,000.
For an average customer, that's for an average customer?
Yeah, it's about 3 times what we thought it would be.
Okay. Ken, did you have a?
Yeah, I had a question. If by the way, I think this is a good bet. no pun. But secondly, if we have our own lawyer that looks over our investments, and I know that you wrapped up the legal issues with a bow here, but what would be the top 3 things that my lawyer would say, you got to watch out for this, this, and this?
I think on the U.S. side of things, what's interesting is the states that have legalized sports betting are actually kind of being somewhat unfriendly to mobile platforms. They're requiring us to partner with brick and mortars, except for New Jersey. They're much more advanced. So there could be a little bit of a slowness to market and slowness to adoption in the U.S. Because of the regulatory piece. To be honest, though, outside of the U.S., I mean, we've really checked off a lot of those boxes. I mean, we've got the KYC, the AML, the licenses, the entities set up. So I feel we're pretty well grounded for operations outside the U.S.
Okay, and where are you located? Where are you domiciled?
So we're domiciled in San Francisco, and we have a legal opinion from the top gaming law firm in the U.S.
Where are you incorporated?
Yep, we're incorporated both in the United States and Malta.
And in Malta?
And Malta, both.
Okay, all right.
Both, we have both US and Malta.
Last quick question, Michael.
One quick question on who's your kind of target customer? Are they somebody who bets on other platforms? And then if so, how much of their wallet share are you going to get? Or are you getting new people who wouldn't bet before?
We have 2 really customer types. We have
real short,
high rollers who like to provide liquidity to the marketplace as makers, and your casual recreational bettors who oftentimes are takers.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. Okay. Okay, wow. All right, 4 interesting companies here. We're going to huddle here now. And the idea is that we are partners in a fund, and...
Well, I'm going to move because you hit me already.
I'm sorry.
God.
It was...
When I started opining, it's like...
So I got to apologize to my partner here, Nunu, because I whacked him because I thought he was being disrespectful, to one of our entrepreneurs. I do apologize, though. Okay. I won't hit you again. Ken, though, on the other hand, I might hit you. I'm not sure. But no, do you have to leave or are you okay?
I'm good for 5 minutes.
You are good. Okay. All right. Great. So we got Holistic Air, we got MyBuddy.ai, we got Pallet Club, and we got Zen Sports. Right? So let's just go through them quickly, one by one. What did you guys like about Holistic? Was there something you liked about them? Positives on Holistic.
I think it's for sure impactful in the world that we live in, obviously with increased pollution and air pollution. I think it's a solution that's trying to address the fact that people might have different fashion preferences. So they want to have their own mask and their own color, whatever, and so they just have the sensor that moves around. So those 2 things I certainly liked. I like the enthusiasm of the entrepreneur of Maria.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any other positives on Holistic?
Yeah, if I can look into the future in 20 years, and theoretically I can see this future where everybody wears masks for...
So you're pessimistic about our ability to clean up the air, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in this case, if we believe in the future where everybody will need a mask and somebody will come with really fancy and comfortable mask, this will probably be a critical component of that.
Okay. Sometime in the future, Michael.
Consumer solution. I think a consumer solution for this problem makes sense because kind of environmental solutions alone can't solve it. So I think it's a great idea.
Right. So rather than trying to sell masks, selling something that works with the mask is interesting. Okay, what are your concerns about Holistic?
The,
I think that
the economics doesn't work.
The entrepreneur is a ton of energy, but to get confidence from an investor, I think that they need to get somebody on board from the industry.
From the industry, meaning the mask industry?
Yeah, from the mask industry.
Okay.
That understands distribution, that understands how to create moats of differentiation.
Yeah. It was a bit of a concern that they hadn't even talked to the mask people yet. That was surprising to me.
I think for me, their go-to-market is totally unclear. Going crowdfunding and then we see is not really a go-to-market strategy. It's a way of getting funded to start stuff, but not a go-to-market strategy. I think, secondly, competition, right? 3M does masks, and they do hardcore masks for mines. And if they're not going aggressively after this market right now, it's probably because it's not very big, as Pavel was saying. But they can certainly repurpose, and they're not known as not being an innovative company, 3M. So of the big companies, I would be very, very afraid of them. And at the end of the day, I think I share also what Ken was saying, which is the team maybe not be the right team to start, right, in terms of product and deployment.
Okay, anything else on holistic? Okay, MyBuddy. Let's talk about MyBuddy.ai. So AI to provide voice tutoring for kids to learn English. What do we like about MyBuddy?
I think the entrepreneur has the exact right domain experience to solve a problem in this area.
Okay, voice technology and foreign speaker. Okay, and what else do we like about MyBuddy?
Yeah, I know the founders for quite some time. They're awesome, great team. And also I like the space. We're one of the early investors in VIP Kid.
You were?
Yeah, so I've seen the space growing, and I see the huge potential. And I also like the metrics. So it's sort of too good to be true, and maybe it's because of the small scale, but if it can scale, it's a great business.
Okay, so are we conflicted because of your investment in VIP? We're okay? Okay. We won't talk about that. All right, negatives or hard, did you have something else?
I like the gamification component with the educational application of it. I think that is saleable and interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Negatives on Ken.
I think the product is going to be very difficult to get right.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw a canned demo here, but unfortunately kids, especially kids that can't speak that well, I can imagine the robot's going to freak out.
Yeah. I think the use case itself, the product delivery will be complex at scale. Secondly, that's why, and I wasn't being disrespectful, but I was like, you're starting from a very small base. So this is something that happens a lot with entrepreneurs, this whole vanity metrics thing. Give me metrics, and it's percentage. I'm like, but that's like 4 people. In this case, it was 80, right? So I was off by an order of magnitude, I guess. But I mean, in some ways, I think it's early. I'm not a true believer in the use case. I do think that you can scale dramatically tutoring globally. And I think that's why VIP Kids have been so successful. So I'm a little bit more negative on the angle. If someone can nail NLP and nail this type of experience, but you have to nail gamification, that's a game, and media and entertainment, and you need to nail NLP. So it's 2 big things to actually nail, right? So I'm a little bit skeptical on that, on the product side.
Just to underscore Nuno's point, I think tutoring is such a difficult industry to get right. So many people have tried getting a foothold in a super, super fragmented, super hyper-local marketplace, and it's really, really difficult to do that.
Okay.
Any other
thing?
Yeah,
Michael?
On the conversation aspect, I think it's great that it's conversational. I think that might help with retention over time. The question I have there, though, is it actually, like, how do you balance the conversation and teaching?
Okay, right. Okay. All right, so Palate Club, personalized wine recommendation platform. What do you guys think of that, other than wanting to become members, right? Strengths?
It's a money-rich business. It's very easy path to money, right? You're selling alcohol, it's always ease off.
Yeah, we didn't have a cannabis team here, but okay.
I think it taps into 2 things that have definitely momentum in the market, the notion of bundling products and doing a subscription out of it, and being relatively digitally native brand and going to the market. So those 2 things I think are very positive.
Also, it's like a really safe way to learn about wine, right? You don't have to look like an idiot in front of a sommelier. So I think that that's a really interesting component.
Okay. All right.
Tasting, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
and I think
negatives, concerns.
The industry there's way too many folks along the way in the supply chain that are taking margin. So over time, this should be a direct-to-consumer market.
This is a really complex value chain. I spent a lot of time looking at this 2012, 2013 when we had all this range of mobile apps coming to the market, and it's actually a lot more complex than we think it is, and it's not just regulation, right? Because you have the guys who own the vineyards who sometimes are not the wine producers, for example. Just even there, it's not as obvious as all of that. And then you have brands sometimes on top of the producers. So it's actually a really, really complex value chain. And disintermediating the brand here, I think, will be the most difficult piece. Because at the end of the day, I want certain brands. The part today that's not sorted is that I can get the wine in my place. Now, if that changes, if Supreme Court or whatever it is, and it changes, then Amazon can sell wine, right? I mean, you know.
Right. I mean, aren't you guys a little bit concerned that it's just such a crowded market? Everybody's trying to sell you wine subscriptions these days, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Ken, sorry you got to fly off. All right, we'll carry the ball for you, Ken. All right. So, okay, Zen Sports, fourth company, Zen Sports. What do we like about Zen Sports?
I really like the industry.
Even more money, right? It seems even more money than wine. I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, TAM's huge.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're unplugging Ken, I guess. Any other positives on Zen Sports?
Looks like also a very rich business, I would say. So easy path to money.
I think peer-to-peer is likely the right way to go to scale this quickly. So I think that's probably the right angle.
Okay. Concerns about Zen Sports?
Regulation. I mean, we've seen back and forth in the US, regulation moving forward and then moving backwards. Even in areas that are less aggressive than this, like skills related betting, right, where you're basically playing games against each other. Even there, it's complex, let alone on this, right, which is obviously betting. So I mean, I think that's for me my single biggest concern. I'm also not. I think just sharing your concern. I'm not sure you need blockchain for this. Maybe over the long term, but I'm not sure you need it in the short term.
Yeah, I'd share that as well. Why do you need blockchain for it? And also, why do you need to bet crypto necessarily? I mean, like, I wouldn't bet Bitcoin and hold on to Bitcoin. I'd bet cash, fiat, which you can, obviously. But I think, does this need to be a protocol-based business?
Maybe you bet on the price of Bitcoin. With
Bitcoin.
That's a double-edged play.
I'm sorry, is that a sport?
It could be. Yeah, it's sports. Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
my biggest concern is that it's evil business. It doesn't bring anything into the world.
But the addictive component
what do we
of gambling.
We have vice clauses in our
perfect
fund.
alternative.
Does our fund has vice clauses? Yeah. Maybe we have vice clauses.
It is slightly disappointing that we got alcohol and we got betting. It's slightly concerning. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but okay. So those are the four companies. Let's do, shall we do a straw poll right now?
I think
so. Okay. Let's do it this way. Nunu, I keep hitting you. I'm sorry. That's good.
So
what's your favorite? What's your favorite?
I'd say probably. Despite all My Buddy AI they've launched, they have some traction. I think it's a space that can scale. There's a significant TAM in there. I think of the four, maybe that would be my bet.
Okay, Harshita?
I like Palette Club, and I'm curious about Zen Sports.
Wow, okay. So you're not helping.
Going well.
Okay. So, but I'm hearing Palette Club is kind of your lead. Pavel?
So I made the promise to my wife not investing in evil things. So
she's your real boss.
I'm not going to invest in betting and alcohol, and I couldn't understand the holistic air. I think it's probably 10 years before the market. So I would put on My Buddy.
Okay, now, Michael, not to be influenced by your colleagues here. Where are you?
Yeah, I think Zen Sports has traction. They have early traction, big market. Founder who's built a business before. I think Zen Sports is interesting. Obviously, still questions about the business model itself, in the sense of do you need to use blockchain or not? But good initial traction.
So you're leaning towards Zen Sports as your favorite.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so we got a lot of diversity here.
I have Ken's votes as well too.
So what's Ken? And
Ken is also he did rank Zen Sports number
Okay, you know, I'm sorry, you got to be present to play, right? But I did hear that enthusiasm, right? So, okay, we got a couple for my buddy, a couple for Zen Sports, and then Harshita is, you know, sort of bouncing between.
Can we eliminate anyone?
But can we eliminate what?
Anyone?
Well, we've eliminated holistic, right?
Yeah.
So we've eliminated holistic.
Talk to me about why you guys don't like Palette Club. So like I probably have a bias against subscription and like box model type things. I just think it's such a saturated market and there's something for everything. But the whole Palette Club thing, I feel like a really large percentage of alcohol sales are kind of immediate and I want it now. So that's why, you know, the corner store business or the grocery store business or Whole Foods, they do so well and they have a hard time, you know, intermediating that particular type of local distributor, because it's like I'm going to a party, I need to grab a bottle of wine. So why do you guys not like it?
Because such businesses are very hard to scale. So it's very easy to get from 20,000 to 200,000. But when you get to $1 million a month or $2 million a month, the customer acquisition cost grows dramatically. Your logistic cost grows. That's why you don't have a leader in the space yet, even though there are like hundreds of companies.
Many players.
They all start very quickly and they all stop at the level between $500,000 to $1 million monthly sales.
And I think brands matter a lot in this space. I mean, it's not like I'll buy any wine. I'll buy wines from a specific grape, varietal, whatever. And it's not just the person that's spending more than $60, which I think is a fair comment that the founder was making. Right. That's not the market. But, but even the people that are below that threshold, I think the wine, the brand matters over time, right? You will get affinity for brands.
Yeah.
Both of those make sense.
Okay, so Harshita, are you willing to change your point of view?
Oh, yeah, I'm not. I definitely was, you know, straddling the fence between those two just because I'm intrigued by...
But you don't like my buddy, huh?
So like I spent a little time in the ed tech space and it's ironic because the concerns that I have with my buddy really come down to scalability. I think education is one of those things where virtual and AI will be a really great complement to in-person, but I don't think it's going to replace it, which is why I think the one that you invested in is actually it's more conducive to like being able to make an impact on a kid that wants to learn English, just like, you know.
But on the other hand, Duolingo and Rosetta and
but I think those
other
are all,
guys, Babbel,
they're not
scaled.
That's true, but they're not replacements. I think they're complements, which, I don't know, I have some concerns around the scalability of that because of it.
Over the long term, I wonder about conversational aspect and how structured versus unstructured is. I think it's relatively unstructured, so how will that fare in terms of retention?
Also, like for instance, you know, I grew up speaking another language that I don't read or write, and my ability to, you know, converse in that is super limited because I don't know how to read and write it. So to your point, like it was just something, you know, we learned at home for fun.
Okay, all right. Guys, we're getting the, pardon?
I wanted to say that I agree that we should probably put my buddy on the wait list and see how they scale in the next 6 months and maybe come back to that when they're close to 100,000 a month in revenue, because that's a tipping point for this kind of business.
But Zen Sports has even less traction, right? They have very little traction.
Zen Sports
they have 125 customers. That's why their averages are so high.
Well, let me suggest the following. The way we would do it in a situation like this, we would ask for strong yes or strong no's. Would anybody be willing to take the lead on Zen Sports and, you know, put your partner's reputation on it?
I guess you have the...
Well, that was, Michael, you're the only one who is leading, and Ken's gone, right? So, I mean,
Would you skew your carry towards Zen Sports?
Yes, right. Who wants to be the point?
And take away some of your other carry on?
So you're going to appoint Ken.
I think of the four. This is the one I would bet on.
You would want to lead. Okay.
Of the four, yeah.
So
of the four,
you're okay.
Of the four.
And so, Harshita, you're jumping on Zen?
Yeah, of the four, I think I would join him, yeah.
You would join that? Okay. And Pavel, and, you know, are you against it because you hate betting or because you think you don't think it's
Well,
going to be
assuming
scalable?
my wife
or?
is not here and you're not going to tell
Get a
her.
side letter.
Yeah, right.
For me, the issue I have is business. I mean,
Yeah.
I invested in a company that was in the fantasy sports space. They sold to DraftKings. I'm very happy with that. I've looked at skills games all the time. I have great friends of mine who make a ridiculous amount of capital.
You're saying if these guys
But
sort
it's
of
just very
figure
early.
this
It's
out,
unclear to me that this is actually
well, they're
gonna
all
scale
early.
and work.
They are early. They're all early, right?
Yeah,
So-
but it's, I don't know. It's on the peer-to-peer side.
But
why
let's,
blockchain,
okay,
et
guys,
cetera.
we'll slow roll these guys. It'll take 3 months for us to get an investment done, right? So who do you think over the next 3 months is going to show the most traction, the most momentum?
The wine club.
Yeah, for sure. Which is, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I think in 3
Easy to
months
get
we'll
to
know
the
a lot
cash.
more about traction with each of them. I think.
So my buddy is growing 20% a month.
I think we'll know in 3 months
But off the
a lot more
tiniest
about
of
my buddy.
bases.
Hopefully in 3 months, Holistic Air will have some more kind of idea about their distribution and kind of partnerships with mass companies, right?
Okay.
And Zen Sports. I mean, I think 3 months will tell us a lot about all of them.
Okay, so
We need to make a
given,
decision, right?
yeah. So where are you now?
I'm still with my buddy.
My buddy, where are you?
I'm still probably with the Zen Sports.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
switching.
Pavel?
Pellets is out, yeah.
Pavel?
Yeah.
If we have to choose, I'm okay with Zen Sports, just to make it
Michael?
work.
Zen? Okay, so we're going with Zen. All right.
This is my majority.
Okay.
It's not unanimous?
Come on up. Here's our
So
awesome
wait.
trophy.
All right.
Take a-
Congratulations. Okay. Good job. So weren't you on this stage last year pitching real estate?
I actually won this in 2014 for my last company.
That's awesome.
I did not want to bring that up, but okay.
maybe best
All
of
right.
luck this time.
Congratulations. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we out of time, or
Yes,
do we
we
have?
are.
We are. We got to get off the stage.
Yep.
Okay. So, all right. Well, thank you guys. We were hoping to have a little time to get your questions, but thank you for everything. All right.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, thanks, man. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next panel. Can someone help me with the chairs real quick? Okay. Awesome. Yeah, 3. So it's actually a perfect transition into our next panel because, as you noticed, a lot of emphasis was put on metrics. And are these metrics sample sets enough? Are these numbers legit? So our next panel is going to be talking about what metrics really mean and what investors are looking for as you're raising rounds. So Nathan, are you coming? Nathan, all right.
My name is
Come.
Nathan.
This one?
Very last minute.
Awesome. Pleasure. Oh, no.
Hey, how are you? How's it going?
It's done. Ryan, what up?
We're missing one. One more chance. It's like, one more chance. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Please. And I'll bring waters.
Cool. Testing, testing. All right, cool. How you guys doing? Do we need to stand up and do the stretch? Let's just do it. Come on. Don't leave me sitting here by myself. There we go. Good. Seeing yawns in the audience. We're going to wake you guys up. All right. Well, thanks, everyone. I think we're towards the last one of the day. I'm not sure if there are a couple more after this, but this is going to be a fun one, all about startup metrics. Why don't we just do a quick introduction first? My name is Nathan. I run a startup called Founder Suite, which is software for raising capital. Tejo Kode, wanna?
Sure. So, name is not up here, but I'm Tejo Kote. I'm founder and CEO of Airbase, and we are an all-in-one spend management platform, right? So what that means is if you think about all the money that companies spend, there are way too many tools used in kind of growing businesses to manage all of that, and we provide one consolidated platform to manage all of the money that a business spends.
Cool. Ryan Buckley, please.
Ryan, I'm the CEO of Mighty Signal. We track the dependencies that mobile apps have, basically the software that mobile apps install, and provide that to sales and marketing teams.
Cool. Sham.
Hi, Sham. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Punch. We are a marketing platform for traditional brick and mortar retailers. We're B2B2C. So if you've likely interacted with our software one way or the other, we have about 70 million consumers on our platform, handle or process about 1.5 billion transactions a month, close to 170 enterprise customers.
Awesome. So pretty interesting group here. Why don't we just start off with an easy one? Like, what metrics should the folks in the audience, especially in the earlier poll I did in the other room, seemed like skews pretty early stage, seed, pre-seed type of startups for the most part. Anyone here beyond like a Series A? Is everyone pretty early? Okay, yeah, so no hands, so pretty early. So let's just start off with like what metrics should startup founders be thinking about in the very earliest days, or should they even be thinking about metrics at all?
So, maybe this is a contrarian opinion, but I think in the early days, you should be very careful about going too deep into metrics, right? Because the number one question that you're trying to answer in the very early days is all about, am I building the right thing for the right customer, and am I solving a real problem, right? And so, or at least you could be metrics driven, but it should be focused on the metrics that help you answer that question. For example, you might want to speak with many customers in your target market as part of your discovery process. So a metric that you might target is all about, hey, I want to speak to at least 10 customers a month and try to be disciplined about that, right? So in the very early days, it's metrics skewing more towards gaining insights and getting to that initial product market fit. And if you have already built the product and you have the product in the customer's hands, the first 1, 2, 3, 4 customers, then maybe the metrics are a little more aligned towards value that the customer is deriving from your product. It could be, are they actually using the product? And it might differ based on exactly what problem you are solving for the customer, but the metrics definitely aren't customer acquisition cost or CAC to LTV ratio, and especially if you're in the B2B world, it's almost become a science at this point, and all these blog posts that get put out there in terms of what metrics you should track. But at least I would caution you against going too deep into that very, very early. It's simpler than that, and I would recommend that you really try to define your own metrics for the market you're in and the problem you're trying to solve, which help you get to the answer of, am I building the right product, and am I solving the right problem, and am I getting adoption for it, and then those are more important.
What's the first metric you tracked at Airbase? Because I interviewed Tejo for a podcast, and you have a pretty unusual approach to how you build Airbase. I mean, you spend a lot of time kind of in stealth mode, building this, getting feedback, iterating before you even got out there and really launched. So what was like the first metric you sort of really started tracking religiously?
So, even before I committed to building the company Airbase, I just spoke with a couple of dozen finance people, because that's the market we sell into, right? Our customer is the controller, head of finance, that's the role we sell into. And so I spent the better part of a couple of months interviewing a lot of them, because I had a thesis about what the problem was, given my own experience building my previous company. But then I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to go spend the next 6, 7, 8, 9 years of my life on something that didn't really make sense to other people who were in the same space, right? And so I spent a lot of time speaking to those people, and my metrics for those first 2 or 3 months were all about how many people am I speaking with, right? And really making sure that the insights were valuable enough for me to make that decision on, okay, am I going to go build this company or not? So I started there, but then even after that, once I had the confidence that, yes, this is a real problem, and I can go spend a bunch of my years of my life going and building a company around this, then went away, built a product. I actually built a early version, just mock-ups and things like that, got a bunch of them to commit to buying it, and then started building the product, because that's a whole other conversation we can have about when you actually build stuff, right? But I still didn't launch the company for 18 months, because in our case, we sell to mid-market businesses, right? And so getting to the first 20, 25, 30 customers, you don't really have to have like a website and run demand generation campaigns and ads and things like that. If you can't get to the first, say, 10, 12 customers using your network and getting in front of people and engaging with them on your problem and convincing them to use your solution, maybe you're probably spending your time on the wrong thing, right? And so that approach worked pretty well, because I was more focused on those milestones. Am I solving the right problem for the right customer, iterating through that solution until you got to the right place, and finally, are they going to pay you for it, right? And are they going to sign up for annual deals? Just basically, methodically kind of checking off those boxes. And being public wasn't really going to help us answer any of those questions, right? And so that's basically the approach I took, and it's worked out well for us so far.
Shyam, Ryan, what were you guys thinking about in the very earliest days? Any other thoughts or feedback?
Yeah, I think what we see in terms of best metrics, like first of all, like revenue is the number one metric, right? But if you don't have revenue, then like what are you going to measure? Conversion rates are typically the thing that be tracking in those really early days. You're driving traffic to a landing page, maybe you're using Unbounce or your homepage. First thing that you can start to measure is how many visits, how many clicks does it take to get that user to sign up. After a while, you get enough users. How many users do you need to sign up before you can get that first customer? So we find that actually tracking conversion rates and understanding conversion rates are a good, healthy thing to begin to do right away, and you even keep doing that in later stages.
Yeah, I'll agree with everything everyone said. I think it's really important to understand what phase you're in, right? If you're just starting out, I remember when we were just starting out, it was all about getting, understanding product market fit, whether our thesis held, and whether people actually found that what we were trying to solve was an actual problem. So I remember our first 3 customers we signed for free, with the understanding that if we got them to agree that it was valuable, that it demonstrated some ROI, and that's one metric I would figure out, like what is the ROI for your customer? First of all, if you're B2B, if you're selling to customers, how are you acquiring these people, et cetera? That's even a second order question. What is the problem you're trying to solve, and how do you measure those results for these customers in your customers' eyes? And what we asked them to do was essentially run PR with us if they agreed that it was a success. So that was step one. This was before our first seed round. The seed round, I think, is about just establishing to investors that, hey, here's a general thesis. Here are 2, 3 people who have agreed that this is a problem set. And we've demonstrated that we can fix this problem for them, and you can speak with them. I think when we came to our A, it was more that we had some revenue, some people were buying our stuff, there was usage. So at that point, they'll at least from my recollection, my A was a few years ago, but it was about proving out a little bit of the unit economics, right? So when a customer buys, are they using the product? Are they deriving value out of it? And if they are, then can we then is it backing up your central thesis, or have you learned something new in terms of that? And then post that, then it becomes the traditional stuff you see on websites, right? LTV to CAC, magic number, sort of unit economics. How are you scaling up your teams? Blah blah blah.
let's keep on that for a minute, because, so, congratulations. Sham just announced a...
Well, we haven't announced yet.
You haven't announced it yet.
We just closed our Series C today.
All right, let's have a little round of applause. That's
Thank you.
probably single digits, or even 1 or 2% of startups go on to raise a Series C. So that's actually huge.
Thank you.
If you put it in context. What, if you're willing to share, what was in your metrics in your pitch deck for your Series C? I mean, just to kind of give an example of, or some scenarios of where it goes from Series A.
So if I remember correctly, I'll just give broad stroke numbers here. We're enterprise SaaS, so these are ARRs. If you guys are familiar with this, annual recurring revenue, that's what we track. So for our Series B, we were at, I want to say around 10 million ARR, heading to a number we met. For Series C, what they actually looked at were our past projections and whether we met them. And they actually looked at our past board decks to see if we were actually fulfilling those numbers. So that was interesting. This is just FYI. Second piece is really core analysis on unit economics. So I think the type of investor at the seed stage varies from your A and B. And at C+, it's a different type of investor. These tend to be slightly more financial focused. So they're looking at fuel money, whether you have your unit economics. And unit economics for us in our context was net retention. So they want to see if you have customers signing on, and if some customers are leaving, are you still refreshing that? Do you have an upsell cadence? And that number, from what I've heard, the top quartile, you need to be at about 120% net retention. So meaning net of people leaving your customer base, you're still adding 20% more than on a renewal basis, right?
By upselling to the ones that remain.
Upsell, expansion, net of retention should be at 120%. That's the top quartile. Second metric is LTV to CAC. So it starts mattering at this stage, which is basically what is the cost of acquiring a customer? If it's unprofitable, then there's an issue. Third is magic number. This one is little. It just is an indication of whether you're so efficient or inefficient that you can invest more in sales and marketing. Magic number just tells you per essentially dollar you spend in sales and marketing what you're getting out in terms of additional ARR. So if that ratio in a 4-month, so it's a past quarter to this quarter over the next 4 months. So anyway, you don't need to worry about it right now, most of you. But what that says to an investor is it's an indication that you can throw fuel money on this, right? So if that ratio is sitting at over 1, then it says that for every dollar you put in, you're getting another buck back over the next 4 months in the next quarter. 4 quarters, excuse me. And so it's an indication that you should invest in sales and marketing. So it tends to be around these very sort of hard metrics. The questions they would ask in the beginning, which is, will someone use your product? Like, is this even fixing an issue? Those obviously go away. Now it's just like, are you generating money? Are people, what do they think of your product? And can we throw money at this? If we put money in, what do we think we'll get back as an exit?
Let's stick on the metrics for investors for a minute. I thought that was interesting. You made a comment that your investors were comparing to the projections you made in previous rounds. This is a public stage, you don't have to really answer this question, but did you sandbag those earlier projections so that, of course, you come in just clobbering them and blowing them out? I mean, how much gaming is there of your projections? So
let me kind of, so that happened during the diligence phase. When you're first pitching, they're just looking at your projections. And they're looking for a strong pattern, right? Like we had over 100% growth for 4 years straight. So they were looking for those patterns, and then they were looking for a projection just to see if you keep those patterns. But I would say this is where there's no science, it's an art. So you just, in the beginning, I would say be aggressive, right? But you should just know anyone you pitch likely has your decks. So if you come back 6 months later, and they kind of keep you warm, it's because they want to see if you're going to actually do what you say you're going to do. So you shouldn't be too, don't say you're going to hit the moon if, you're not. So you want to be somewhat realistic, but you don't want to be so realistic that people aren't excited, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they will measure you. So whatever you put out there, just know there's a record. I don't know if you guys are.
And the earlier stage you are, the more leeway you'll get in terms of not meeting that plan, because at the seed stage and even to an extent of the Series A, you don't know what you're going to do 2 months from now, let alone a year from now, right? So you can't really come up with a plan for an entire year, and the world changes, and your learning of the market changes, the learning of the customer changes, and a lot of these things evolve, and your plan for the year might change, right? You might stop in the middle of the year and say that, look, I'm going to tweak my plan, and obviously you'll get sign in from your board if you have one, and that will happen. But the later stage you are, as you grow, the less leeway you will get, because the expectation is that your business will become more and more and more predictable as time goes, right? And so, the further along the journey you are, the more the expectation is that that your ability to predict goes up.
That's very true. I'll just say one thing is maybe relevant. Pedro's a serial entrepreneur. I was a first time. Maybe that's why they were measuring me more. So if you are a first-time entrepreneur, just know they may actually keep those, because there's no track record, right? Yep. So.
Just a quick time check. What time does this run till? Does anyone know? 10 minutes. Okay, perfect. Anyone measuring NPS or kind of customer satisfaction, and if so, maybe talk about it. Talk about what it is and how you use it internally. Ryan, do you want to give any comment?
No, we're not.
No, not right now.
So we are in the process of implementing it.
Okay.
So
just define it really quickly for anyone not familiar.
Net Promoter Score. It's essentially a survey. Think of it that way. But you want there's again industry standards around what number you should be above. But it's just a gauge of whether your customers like your stuff or not. That's really what it is. At the beginning, honestly, you don't need it. Because if you aren't talking to your customers, there's something really wrong, right? So you should, first of all, know who your customers are and be in conversations with them. But at this stage, we have 170 customers. It's hard. Like our CS organizations alone is 50 people. So, they are on this cadence of kind of multiple touch points when customers are up for renewal, et cetera. It's a gauge of, in SaaS, it's a predictor for if you're going to have some churn. And churn is the key thing you want to measure in a SaaS business. So.
Yeah, and absolutely right. And you might have noticed that Shyam is implementing it, at a Series C stage, right? And I completely agree with him that it doesn't really make sense in the early days because you don't have that many customers, right? If you have only a handful of customers, you have to be kind of engaging with them, speaking with them, and you will likely have a good sense for whether you're making them happy or not. The whole point of NPS is, do you have a happy customer? And are they going to recommend you to other kind of peers of theirs? And that's kind of the central thing you're trying to measure. And if you don't have that many customers, of course, that might be different if your business is one where you have many very small customers, or it's a consumer business or something like that. But and that's a whole other kind of ball game. But if you're anywhere in the B2B space, in the early days, you likely don't have many hundreds of customers that you find it hard to get that sense for, are my customers happy? Am I going to lose them? Are they going to churn? And that's kind of irrelevant. But as you scale, you will have, one thing is that NPS allows you to answer the question of, are my customers happy in a more scalable way? And at the same time, you can have follow-on processes. For example, anybody who gives you a 9 or a 10 in an NPS survey, they're very happy, automatically trigger an email asking for a review on a G2 Crowd or a Capterra, because those things really matter, and you can kind of instrument all of that and kind of have a better process around it, but not in the very early days.
I think we're going to take a couple quick questions. Maybe while folks are thinking about your questions, let's just talk about, Ryan, you mentioned in the pre-warm-up you made some mistakes at Scripted around metrics. Do you have a little funny anecdote to share with us?
Yeah.
How to not do metrics, maybe.
Yeah. No, I think one of the things that we definitely could have done better at this company, and I exited it a couple years ago. We raised about $18 million and sold it for significantly less than that to a private equity firm. I think maybe the best metaphor is like this. If you can put yourself back in high school, and if you were able to, when the report cards come, when you give the report card to your parents, choose which classes you share with them and which grades you shared with them, you'd probably have like what appeared to be a really good GPA. And so semester after semester after semester, you're kind of cherry picking which classes you're reporting back to your parents, who are kind of like your board or your investors. And then when it comes time to apply to college, you don't get in, and you say like, well, your GPA was actually kind of crappy. Like you had a really low GPA. And then your parents go like, why? Like you had like a 4.0, and you say, well, yeah, I didn't include every single class on my transcript. I was able to erase them, and I didn't see that F in my bio class or my D in trigonometry. In essence, that's what we and I think a lot of startups do. Every board meeting, we just essentially cherry-picked numbers. We didn't have a consistent reporting regimen, and our board really didn't require it. And it's this complete 180 now in private equity, like good, bad, and ugly. We are reporting the exact same thing every week and every month, good or bad, and there's no getting, there's no shortcutting it. Like you have to report the same numbers all the time. And I think this is like, I've learned a lot from that. And it's just like, it's good discipline, and it's just a good hygiene for running a business.
Even with we're probably the smallest. We're a seed-funded startup, and even so, we do quarterly reporting. Every quarter, I've got to get in there, and sometimes you're wringing your head, like, oh man, this churn rate is awful. It's healthy though to kind of confront the demons and the angels, if that makes sense. Who's got a question? Let's bang out at one, or if we have time, two questions. Yes, sir, in the front row.
I really appreciate that you asked how many people are early stage. I am in early stage as well, and at the moment I face the challenge of getting my first 10 customers. Can you give me some advice for the first 10 customers in 2019? Thank you.
No,
so again, my personal approach was lean on your network, right? And so, people other founders if you have investors, really lean in on their network and get in front of, if you want to get 10 customers, maybe you have to go get in front of 100 customers. And so it's think of it as a pipeline problem. And but don't get into sales mode, early on, because I did exactly what Shyam mentioned, in that a bunch of my customers, I basically told them, look, don't even pay me for the first 6 months, right? Because all I want to do is I want to learn, because I can't learn if you don't start using the product, right? And just removing that hurdle of them thinking about, oh, this is a startup, can I pay them? What if they disappear tomorrow? And there's a social capital that they have to expend internally within the business to make that happen. Take all of that risk for them off the table. Try to find the champions who believe in your vision of the problem you're trying to solve, and make it as easy a decision for them to get going as possible, with that understanding and handshake deal that, look, if I really do solve this problem for you, you will convert over to being a paying customer, and kind of that's how I would approach it.
I have two very nuts and boltsy answers for you. So between when I exited Scripted and this gig, I started several little 1K to 20K a month B2B apps. Didn't spend any Google ads, didn't spend anything on marketing. So did that by going on Quora and just dropping links to your product. Inevitably, I mean, if you're solving like a large enough problem, there'll be questions asking, how do I do X, Y, and Z? And then you just go in there as yourself and say, like, well, I actually built this thing that does X and Y or Z, and put that in there with a link to your page. People will find it over time. It'll get indexed. The other thing is Google just, whatever you think, just this is sort of an SEO best practice anyway, your ideal search term. Like if your ideal customer was looking for your product, what would they be searching for? Throw that into Google and see what pops up. You might have to search down a little ways, but there will be blog posts about your idea, people blogging around it, about it. There are usually still, even today, comment boxes on those blog posts that you can write. Like a lot of them get turned off, or there'll at least be a reCAPTCHA to do bot protection. But if you authenticate, and again, just be authentic, like be yourself, and write about yourself. It'll take some time, but you'll get traffic.
So
cool. That is it. Can we have a round of applause for these guys, please?
Okay.
Cool.
I have something to say.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. All right. Two. Yeah. Okay. Our next keynote, Jeff Clavier, is probably one of the most prolific early stage investors in the Valley. I think last time I checked, it was almost a couple hundred companies that he's been involved with, and some have done really well. And he's always had a really fresh and blunt opinion about the ecosystem and startups. I've always found really refreshing. So with that, come on up, Jeff. JB, welcome.
Good to see you. How you doing?
Great.
Thank you, Nima. So I brought some wine because, of course, several reasons, I guess. That first, we're going to talk with Uncork, so we need some wine just to prove that.
I told you there's nothing that connects wine and Uncork.
We'll get to that. And so also we are French, so and it's almost time.
But technically, I'm American, but French speaking.
All right. We won't go there. So because we were told that
we've known each other for 20 years, so we can. Don't worry.
So we were told that this is going to be interactive. So we decided that we're going to give a bottle of wine, French wine, of course, to the best question. So first you're going to have to ask a question, but second, it has to be a good one. So because Jeff is from a region in France that's very famous for wine, the Loire Valley, we chose a Sancerre. Yeah, so here we go. So that's just for the preliminary. So hi, everyone. I'm Jean-Baptiste Sue, Jeb, for my friends. I'm a principal analyst at Atherton Research, where we help companies grow. And as Jeff said, we know each other for almost 20 years. And you came here in the US as the eyes and ears of the Reuters corporate VC fund. Mm-hmm. And I came about the same time as the eyes and ears of a French newspaper. So I guess you did much better. But everyone here knows you as a very successful entrepreneur, investor. Sorry. Fitbit, SendGrid, Postmate, you invested in Front, Mint, Eventbrite, just to name a few. But actually, very few of us know you as an entrepreneur. Because 15 years ago, you decided to spend your savings, $250,000.
Some of the savings.
Yeah,
not all of them.
Yes, not all of them. So $250K to start a seed fund and to invest in early stage companies. And from that day, you basically created a new category in the VC landscape. You created the what we called at the time the super angels, the micro VC. So that's just to set the stage. we're not just talking to an investor. We're talking also with an entrepreneur that just disrupted the VC market for the past 15 years. Okay, with that, I've heard, and as entrepreneurs, we've heard that there's an overflow of capital. There's lots of money floating around. And as entrepreneurs, obviously, one of the things we need to do is, we need to fundraise.
Mm-hmm.
So is that true? Or is that a myth? Is that lots of money?
Well, there is a lot of capital which has been raised by VCs at different stages. Something to the tune of 80 billion was raised by VCs in the US last year, and 100 billion was actually invested by VC firms in the US.
Billion with a B?
Yes, with the B, 100 billion. Mostly late stage, so those mega rounds. SoftBank obviously has changed the landscape quite dramatically over the past couple of years. So for the first time, I think we had over 50% of the rounds being over 50 million. But to answer your question, we get to several $100 million in revenue, because if you can get to several $100 million in revenue, then you can go public and be successful. So it's kind of a proxy of success. It's really, there is a market that supports billions of dollars in value creation. Right. And if you have those three components, then we sort of look at other sort of details, but those are sort of the main ones.
Right.
You have the first question who wants the bottle.
All right, so, no. So, just before, yes, okay. So is there a mic, a running mic, or, okay. No, okay. Yeah, I know it's recorded, and it's going to be on the podcast. So, Bill, yes, go ahead, Bill.
Okay, I thought you wanted this to be interactive.
Yeah.
So Jeff, so thank you for coming, first of all. But so your criteria for investment, how would you say your criteria are different from everyone else's? Do you have a sort of a unique angle or approach or a sort of different angle or insight that you have been able to so successfully apply that enables you to, separate the wheat from the chaff, that enables you to sort of cut to the core and find the best companies as you've been able to do?
So, as I said, short answer is no, because otherwise I wouldn't have passed on Uber. But the longer version is every investor has different sort of criteria. Some people will just bet on founders and not care about the product or the market opportunity. Other investors will solely sort of invest on the market opportunity, thinking that if the product is interesting and the founders are good enough, they can replace the founders by executives who will sort of take the company to the next level. For us, we really need the three components to be there. We will not invest on awesome founders if we don't like the product or the market opportunity. I think the benefit of having been around for 20 years as an investor and 15 years as a firm is that you've made a bunch of mistakes, and over time, you've refined such that, you may still sort of say no to LinkedIn and Uber and Airbnb and Pinterest and a few others. Yep, all of them. And I'm still there. But you say yes to enough good companies that you're still in business because your returns are, allowing you to be there. The challenge for entrepreneurs is because there are so many funds that basically say the same thing, right? As you sort of hinted, Bill, you sort of figure out, okay, who has been really good at building a company like mine, and you go and check the track record in, SaaS, hardware, education tech, health tech, whatever, and you figure out, okay, who is closest to my ideal investor in my space, and is that person sort of already invested in something similar to me? And you should check that. That's part of the homework that you guys have to really sort of do before you reach out to an investor, because you don't want to sort of send to someone who's your ideal investor a deck about your company, which is exactly what they have in the portfolio already.
Right. Did I answer your question? Oh, good. So now that we know we have, okay, there's a lot of money, we know the criteria. There's many avenues where entrepreneurs can find and raise money. I mean, there's micro VCs, crowdsourcing, crowdfunding. That's thanks to you in part, the crowdfunding law. There's and Patreon and many. So walk us, as an entrepreneur, which path should we take? Perhaps it's depending on the stage of the company.
Yeah, I think it's both depending on the size of the opportunity and the stage of the opportunity. So size, not everything is meant to raise VC funding. Not everything has the potential explosive growth that will get you to tens and then hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue in a few years, because not only do we want the scale of revenue, we want you guys to get there quickly. And there's nothing wrong in having a company that will generate revenues and profits and be sort of an awesome opportunity for you as founders. It may just not be a good fit for venture capital. And so what
it would be a lifestyle.
I mean, the problem is that when we say lifestyle, it's kind of perceived as kind of insulting. So I think, look, it's there are several businesses which can scale to really sort of large sort of revenue numbers and just not need VCs. So you want to sort of try and assess that, and you do that with the help of VC friends, entrepreneur friends who will sort of take a look at what you have in mind and say, look, this is interesting, but this isn't going to be enough for VCs. And then you could go to angel groups, crowdfunding platforms. Patreon is sort of a great example for artists. I passed on Patreon too. Just forgot that. Even though I've been podcasting for 10 freaking years, so I should know better.
It's being a hurtful panel here.
And so, but that's okay. Just put that in public.
Right.
And so the scale is sort of something you have to ask yourself. The size is also, well, how much do I need to raise? Typically, when you raise capital at the early stage is when you're going to have the lowest valuation, because the valuation is, think of it as a reflection of the risks which haven't been addressed yet. And so when you start, you haven't sort of written a line of code, that's when it's the most risky, because we don't even know whether you can build a damn product, right? And so you're going to try and raise a little bit of money from the pre-seed funds, 250, 500, maybe $1 million, because the valuation is going to be much lower. And then when you come to us, you'll get more stuff done. You will have a bit of traction, a few customers, a bit more data, and that will sort of get you, therefore, a higher valuation. And to be honest, in this environment where you have so many funds, there's also the fact that you always have multiple funds trying to compete for an opportunity, and that drives, valuations up just because of the supply and demand, sort of imbalance. And over time, things will sort of go up, and at growth stage, you will sort of be valued on, your metrics and your numbers, and hopefully that's when the valuations will be sort of the highest.
Obviously, you're investing in not just in Silicon Valley,
yep.
other parts of the US or maybe the world. Have you seen a difference in terms of valuation here in Silicon Valley compared to the rest of the world? Are companies more, if you're started here, are they more valued here versus?
They're more expensive for two reasons. One is there's typically sort of more investors chasing startups here, because there's still sort of the old rule of I'm going to invest where I can drive to, even though that's changed dramatically in the past couple of years. So more competition, which drives valuations, but also the fact that if you're trying to build a startup in Silicon Valley today, there is so much competition for talent, for office space, for everything, that the size of the round that you have to raise is much higher. Like just thinking, if I used to invest, call it $2 million 5 years ago, I probably need to raise 3 or 4 for exactly the same result, just because of the increase in cost and
housing,
and everything, right? And so the advantage of out of the valley kind of startups, actually they benefit from less competition on talent, less competition on resources in general. And so they're a bit cheaper, but I would say it's not the reason why we go and look at opportunities in Austin, Texas, or in Chicago or other parts of the US. It's just that we want to be able to access a larger talent pool. And so even our companies in the valley here, when we go and let's say company we've invested in at seed, started scaling at raise a Series A, we have a active conversation with the team about either moving the engineering team, growing the engineering team in a secondary location, or going partially or fully distributed so that we can actually sort of find talent. It's become ridiculous.
Right. So we got the 5 minutes mark, and 5 more minutes. There's a question just behind. Yeah.
So we hear VCs talk about a lot of time that what they're looking for, the companies they are trying to invest in. Not many of them talk about the flip side, that how a company should approach VC. So thank you for touching a bit upon that. So in a follow-up to that, for example, let's say I'm a founder of a product which does not have a lot of history of getting VC, or for example, it's completely something out of the blue, like an invisibility cloak. We don't have a history of VCs or product. So two-part question: is there such a thing that I can pick and choose to apply which VCs to? And if there is, then what are the best practices? Because solely on the fact that I don't know anyone in the market who has an inclination to, fund an invisibility cloak or something related to that.
Mm-hmm. So it's a great question. I would look at invisibility cloak. That would be useful. So think of it as Fitbit 8 years ago. Now 11 years ago. Sorry, 2008. So the connected pedometer wasn't a thing back in 2008. And so what you want to try and figure out is which firm or which partner has an interest in funding, frontier tech or next generation technology that doesn't really have a market for it. And it's hard to do and it's hard to find, but you sort of look at pattern matching that those investors have demonstrated in the past. And, I would guess that there's probably Lux Capital, the Felicis guys, us, John Callahan at True Ventures would sort of show up in your research for the thunder of Invisibility Cloak, because we've done a bunch of things which were sort of frontier tech. And then what you do is you figure out through your network who can potentially approach one of those investors on your behalf, because even though nothing says that you need to have access to me in order to get funding from me, unfortunately, the numbers show that, right? We've invested in 217 companies in the past 15 years, and amongst those 217, one has been sort of a cold call. And it actually was just 6 months ago. Until 6 months ago, I would have said 0. So it's not that we don't want you to reach out to us, it's just that the way things work, it's much easier to try and find someone in your network that can vouch for you and can tell us why we should pay attention, where we should listen. Because if someone at Trust, like one of our founders, says, well, this dude has done something really interesting with an invisibility cloak, meet him or meet her, we'll probably take the meeting without really looking for much more, because we need that signal.
Right. One more question.
The saying, the more things change, the more they remain the same. You've been doing this for more than 15 years. So what has been the most dramatic change over that 15 years, whether it's investors or founders, and what's remained the same?
Yeah. Great question. So I think that over time we've seen founding teams become sort of more different, more diverse, younger. Like this company which got us to invest in Austin, Texas for the first time, cold email that we invest into is actually a team of 3 19-year-olds. And that was their 5th or 6th startup, and they had been working together since the age of 13. And you come back and you look at your son playing video games and you go like, what the hell? And so okay, I think that it's very hard. Like I find that what's fascinating in our job is that we see the eyes, we see the future through the eyes of entrepreneurs, but it's actually much more sort of different, diverse, and you can't really predict when someone sort of comes in whether this is going to be like an investment for you or not. What hasn't changed, despite all the efforts, is that it's still sort of too hard for people who are not, sort of university grads, white male, to get funding. And so we're all sort of trying to do our part. We're pretty happy that we have 30% of female founders in our latest fund. We're trying hard to go for as broad diversity as possible. The issue is we need to sort of figure out how to prime the pump to get those diverse opportunities to sort of come to us. It was just really well crafted, and they sort of.
So the question was.
The question was, what was in that email that got us to invest? So they made a reference to one of our very successful investment, and they said, "Oh, we'll use this developer tool and really sort of that's launched darkly, and we really sort of like them, and we thought that if you funded Launch Darkly, which we did, we were the seed lead, you may sort of take a look at us. And here is our story." And it was just like really well done, really well thought. And my partner Andy said, "It's in Austin, I'm just gonna pass, but this is actually well written." I'm like, take a call, And then he goes like, "Holy shit, this is super interesting, can you meet them or whatever?" And I met those 3 kids, younger than my oldest. So like suddenly you feel like old. And they were like super smart and super enthusiastic, and I just wanted to spend more time, and everybody in the firm loved them. We took a trip, my partner Andy sort of took a trip to Austin, and it ended up being sort of our single largest investment ever. So, it's not because something hasn't been done before that it's not about to be done. That's a good proof.
Yeah. I think that Nima's on. Can we take one more question? Okay, one last one. This.
They really want the wine.
Yes.
It's going to be tough. Those
I know, those are a very good question. I think we have to do it.
Hi, Denise Bradley Tyson, and I am a founder with a startup. So I specifically am interested in knowing sort of what steps you're taking in terms of diversifying or the outreach that you're doing to meet, non-male, non-white founders.
No, that's a great question, and we don't have sort of the great answer to it. We have over the years had a ton of sort of very successful sort of female founders. We have a number of Latinx and sort of African American founders, and through them we sort of try and demonstrate that we're very open to those types of opportunities. The problem is that 99% of what we do is inbound. It comes to us, right? And we don't have really sort of, and it's kind of luxury we have because we've been around for so long that we basically wait for things to come to us. And the problem is that, to get great African-American, Latinx sort of opportunities, we need to go and seek them proactively and go and implant in those communities that they can come and pitch us and work with us. And so this is part of something we're going to be working on with in the coming year, because what we've seen, like we've just had 3 different sort of Latinx sort of founders funded over the last year. This is great, but it's not enough. So we need to be more proactive there. That's the issue is VCs say, I'm open to those kinds of deals. The problem is that they don't come to you. You have to go and seek them.
So on that note, the Sancerre goes to?
I'll let you decide.
Okay, I don't know. I'm kind of ADD, so let's give it to the last question. That was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do a minor pivot. Jeff, the president of Y Combinator, is stuck in traffic. Oh, yes, no pivot before the wine. And so we have Jonathan Abrams who's going to interview him, but I don't know if any of you know Jonathan Abrams or have heard of him. He's got a pretty interesting story, starting with the fact that basically he built Facebook before there was Facebook. It was called Friendster. Anyway, so since then he's also done Nuzzle, he's a co-founder of the Founders Den. And so we thought, you know what, let's have a quick chat with him while we wait for Jeff, because Jonathan is cool and he's funny and he's interesting. So with that, Nathan is going to interview Jonathan until Jeff gets here. Awesome. Thank you. Yes, Jeff is coming. So he's on his way.
All right, so I'm the filler, but we're going to make this fun anyway. So Jonathan Abrams, can we have an early round of applause for him? Let's just do it. Go. Great. So we've known each other for a while. I don't think I knew you when you were Friendster, but I think I met you in Nuzzle days when you were starting Founders Den, which is one of the first, you call it co-working spaces, accelerators, what do you call it, incubator?
It wasn't the first co-working space, but some of the ones that were big in San Francisco back then are actually gone now. So there was Dogpatch Labs, which was run by a VC, but I think the city kicked them out of the pier. So there were a few others. Obviously now there's way more. There's probably a co-working space on every block of San Francisco, it seems.
And what's the hook for Founders Den in today's crowded marketplace of co-working spaces?
So Founders Den is like the complete opposite of WeWork in the sense that, we're not huge, we're not trying to make money off of real estate. It's really meant to be a community. So me and 3 friends started Founders Den. We wanted an invite-only, curated community for ourselves and for friends. So there are companies at Founders Den that we've invested in and can go either way, but it's really meant to be a community. And we've also had, in addition to startups, we've also had a lot of venture capital firms that have been headquartered at Founders Den.
Cool. I think I've been to a Christmas party, although I seem to have been bumped off the invite list somewhere along the way. But
no.
Who's keeping track, right?
There was one year we didn't have one, and a lot of VCs complained to me that we took them off the list, but we just didn't have one.
Yes. So you've done 50 deals, angel deals, some interesting ones like AngelList and Front, very popular, hot app right now. Instacart, I think. Let's talk about how you either got into these deals or how the deals found you. How are you matching with some pretty interesting deals?
So while I was doing investing, I was running companies like Nuzzle, which we just sold a few months ago. So I actually had pretty limited bandwidth to be just meeting lots and lots of different companies. So some of those companies were at Founders Den. So for example, when we met Docker, they were called .cloud, and they were at Founders Den very early, and we invested. Some of the companies have been Y Combinator companies, and Jeff will hopefully be here soon. So I think I probably met or saw Front in this room, and they actually were at YC Demo Day. They had already raised a seed round, and Jeff Clavier, who just spoke here, had led the seed round, and I looked on Mathilde, the founder, I looked on her Twitter account and saw that she had just followed Jeff, and I put 2 and 2 together and figured, I bet he's the one who led the round. So I pinged him and I said, introduce me to her and tell her to squeeze me into the round.
Okay. Of the 50, how many of you sort of squeezed yourself into versus how many have approached you at a conference or some other, channel getting into you?
It's a mix, and sometimes it's companies that I meet that want my advice on something, and then I end up, liking it and investing. But when I was running Nuzzle, I didn't really have time to just meet all the emails that I get about investing. I just didn't really have time to meet all those folks. So it still had to be pretty opportunistic.
Yeah, and now, well, I guess we can't go too deep into this, but now are you picking up the angel investing side or doing other things? I guess we can't really talk too much about it. Skip that question. How about tips for founders that want to get on your radar? I mean, it was interesting. We talked back there about you're going to YC Demo Day and some other channels. What other radar screens are you sort of paying attention to find startups?
So with Founders Den, what we like is we like companies to get referred to us through our network, which of course is how generally people raise money from both VCs and angels. And of course, there's some people who say that if you do that, it's getting in the way of diversity and certain things because it's hard for people to get the introduction. When I moved to Silicon Valley from Canada, I didn't know a soul. And we didn't have AngelList, we didn't have LinkedIn, we didn't have any of those things, or blogs, any of that kind of stuff. And I just had to go out to tons and tons of events and do a lot of networking. So I think the reality is if you don't have anybody on the founding team who's good at networking, it's going to be difficult to get press coverage, to hire engineers in San Francisco, to raise your Series A, all those kind of things. So the reality is somebody can look on, for example, the Founders Den website, and you can see who our sponsors are, you can see startups that have been at Founders Den, you can see VCs that have been at Founders Den, you can see all this different stuff, and then click around and probably figure out some way that you can get introduced in. We've actually had founders at Founders Den from countries all over the world. So we've had people from Japan and Israel and India and Finland and all over the place. So somehow those people did manage to get there, and that's what I prefer. The emails that I get cold every day are usually very a poor fit. Like people emailing me every day for things to invest in that oftentimes have no relevance to the things I'm interested in. if somebody sent a cold email and it was actually a good email, I mean, I might pay attention to it, but I would prefer to get something through an introduction. And I mean, as well, if you think about it, I mean, like we, you know, starting Friendster and running Founders Den, I'm obviously the kind of person who likes networks and networking.
Have you ever done a deal from a cold email? This is
I don't think I have. I mean, I've only done around 50-something. So, you know, if there's a VC who's done hundreds over, you know, decades, maybe they've done one. I haven't. And, you know, we actually got, it's kind of funny, like we got somebody who sent an email to Founders Den just recently to info@foundersden.com, and he said, hey, I was referred by so-and-so, who is somebody that is a friend of mine who's sitting at Founders Den, it's part of our community. And our office manager was like, oh, since he was referred by that person, like, and I said, well, that's not a referral. We don't even know if that person knows the other person. So I actually emailed the guy and I said, do you know this person? And he said, no, I've never heard of this person in my life. So like a lot of those emails are just pretty weird for some reason.
Kind of trying to, I mean, talk about faking it till you're making it. That's like faking a relationship.
I don't know. I mean, when I moved to Silicon Valley from Canada, within 2 years I'd raised my first $1 million in venture capital funding. And you know, what I found in Silicon Valley, which really makes this community unique, is that people like you or people, lawyers, accountants, everybody you know is like, oh yeah, I can introduce you to this VC or that VC. That's like, it's sort of like, you know, shopping on your screenplay in Hollywood or whatever. It's you know, it's so much part of how things work here. So if you can't find somebody, you know, who can help you with that, it's kind of weird because there's so many people around, you know, in this ecosystem who do that all the time. In fact, you know, if you're a VC, just dealing with the emails that you get from the referrals oftentimes is so much that you can barely keep up with the volume.
Yeah, for sure. I find, and see if you agree or disagree, one of the best ways, especially for if you're new to Silicon Valley, to get into target investors is to make friends with portfolio company founders, because they're often a little more receptive to the cold email or the you know, hey, can I buy you coffee approach as a sort of backdoor. And do you get many deals coming through your 50 portfolio companies?
Of course, sure. I mean, you get it from every source. And I think there's, if somebody's trying to, you know, develop their Silicon Valley network, there's so many ways to do it. I mean, when I first moved here, I would go to all these events. With a few years after that, after I became a funded entrepreneur, I started organizing some of those events. And, you know, like this conference probably has volunteers and, you know, and I think I originally met you through events that you were organizing. So I think, you know, there's anybody who really wants to get networked into the world, all they have to do is sort of step up and volunteer and try to help out with things, whether it's hosting a meetup or whatever. And then if you do that, you start meeting people.
I think putting on an event, believe it or not, is actually a pretty good like hack to build your brand and exposure. When we were getting FounderSuite off the ground, we put on a series of Funding 2.0 events and sold out everything and got a lot of buzz around it. And they're very easy to put on, believe it or not, if you have at least one or two organizational bones in your body.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of work to put on a good event, but I think it's worth it. It does get you a lot of networking value. And I actually met two of the partners at Founders Den. I originally met them because they were running the TEDx SF events in San Francisco. And one of the guys that they invited to be one of the original speakers was a VC friend of mine, and he hooked me with them, and then I became friends with them, and then I spoke at one of their events, and then we ended up starting Founders Den together. And we've thrown a lot of events at Founders Den, and that's a really, you know, sort of good networking boost even for us.
Cool. All right. I'm going to fill a little bit more time here, but as we wait for the start of the show.
He's here.
Okay, cool. Well, sure. Does anyone have a question for prolific angel investor and Founders Den, Jonathan Abrams? Who's got a question? Make it a good one. Let's not waste anyone's time. Great question. So if you couldn't hear, what are you interested in? What type of deal? What level of traction, categories?
Sure. So what kind of investment I'm interested in? So I pretty much only invest in software. If you go look at my LinkedIn page or my Crunchbase page or my AngelList page or my personal website or probably 7 other things, you'd probably see a list of some of my investments. I invest in both consumer and enterprise software and infrastructure software. At Founders Den, though, we've had more broad than that. I mean, we've had hardware companies, biotech companies, you know, all sorts of different kinds of companies.
So diversity in terms of industry, how about stage? Is it all seed, pre-seed, or, you know, product market fit?
Yeah, I invest as early as possible, so, generally very, very early, and sometimes it can be, same with Founders Den, it can be an experienced entrepreneur who we've known for a long time, or if it's somebody, first-time entrepreneur, they've got a prototype or some product built or something like that.
Okay, cool. One more quick one, gentleman over here.
What would be your recommendation if you're trying to build an enterprise SaaS that really needs to get a large investment of $5 million or more before you actually do a build out?
Maybe repeat it one quickly, short version of that.
Yeah, if you're building an enterprise SaaS and you really need a large-scale investment at the pre-seed stage because you need to build it right and it's a ubiquitous software for the entire maybe global landscape, if you needed to raise a large amount of capital rather than small increments of 100,000 at a time, what would be your recommendation if you needed to have an initial investment of $5 million plus?
Well, these days, 2, 3, million is not even considered that big for seed rounds because there's so much money sloshing around Silicon Valley and San Francisco. But one of the attractions of software is that it's capital efficient compared to hardware companies or biotech companies or a lot of that. So, I still need to know why that's the case. If it's an experienced team coming out of a enterprise company that's very experienced, they would, and they're building something based on their domain experience, you'd typically think they'd be able to raise that kind of money. And if it wasn't, then they'd probably have to, if it's a couple engineers, they'd probably have to figure out a way to build a prototype and prove it out. So it really depends on, also the assets of the founding team.
Okay, cool. All right.
Awesome.
Thank you. A round of applause for Jonathan. All right.
Yeah, I don't think we need, he's mic'd up.
Okay.
Okay, we're set?
Sure.
Jeff?
They switch over here?
He's here. Thank you, Jeff. Yes, welcome.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You get stuck on 101?
Several times, many times. Why are you all so far back? Come in. Come in.
Actually getting $1 million in funding. Yeah, it's under your chair.
Thank you for your patience waiting for me.
There's a term sheet under your chair.
I was in ed tech for a long time, so it's like the teacher thing. It's like you got to be up front. Only the bad kids sitting back.
How about you, Taylor? I didn't tell anything.
I sat in the back, by the way.
I did too.
Yeah. But I was definitely one of the bad kids. Cool. Well, glad you could make it. Great to see you.
Good to see you too.
So first of all, congratulations on the new role.
Thank you.
You've been involved in Y Combinator for what, 7 or 8 years?
Yeah.
So you're not new to Y Combinator, but it's a new role. So what are you most proud about with Y Combinator? Is it all the really successful companies like Airbnb and Dropbox that came out of YC? Is it the way that Y Combinator has supported founders in perhaps different ways than the funding ecosystem supported founders before YC, or is it something entirely different?
Well, I think that's part of it. I think YC was founded with a particular ethos, which is, and this may be one of those things where you look in retrospect and you assign all sorts of genius to why the founders did it. And PG has been kind of explicit about this with me. So he was trying to create a new kind of VC that funded startups synchronously as opposed to asynchronously. Most VCs go out searching and find one startup at a time and fund them, whereas YC says, come all at once, and then we'll fund you and we'll work with you for somewhere, and we'll standardize all the documents so we can do it all consistently. But I think there was an underlying thing there, which I think was really cool and really deep and required real foresight, which was that most innovation, most great companies in the future would be based around technology, and namely software. And yet, the people who knew that software the best were not at the center of that innovation. They were almost an afterthought. You had salespeople or people with business degrees going and starting these companies and creating a technical team, whereas the people who knew how to build technology, who understood it best, were really not at the center. And that's what Paul did. He put them at the center, and that changed the way people think about startups, especially engineers and technical people, about what they could do. I'm especially proud of the fact that we've kept to that. There's another aspect which is one of the reasons I decided to take on the role, which is more fundamental to me, which is I think we actually really believe that our motto is make something people want, that by doing that we can actually make a better world. That you won't always be right on, but that if you actually make people's lives better by making something they want, whether it's consumers or businesses, then things will get better over time. And I still believe that that's our mission and that we stick to that more than not. That when we look at the companies that we accept, we actually care about that. And I'm really proud of that.
So you view YC as something that made the technologist founder more the center of the process starting the companies than it previously been
not to the exclusion, but that they, I say this all the time to founders, who have a great idea. Do you have someone on your team who can build what you think you want to build? And if the answer is no, my question is, why? Like, what makes you think, what's going to improve the probability that you're successful more than having someone who's right there at the beginning iterating with you, trying to figure out how to get that proverbial product market fit?
Well, you and I both have a computer science background, so obviously you could say we have a bias. We were engineers who became entrepreneurs, who obviously think it's pretty weird if 3 people with MBAs and no engineers come to us trying to build a software business. I kind of think it's, be like, if I had a great idea for a restaurant, and I'm like, I can't cook, and I've never run a restaurant, but I have an idea for a restaurant.
It seems weird now, but that was more typical than not, I think, in the past. But it does seem weird now, and it does seem, if I'm going to bet on a startup with 3 people who don't know how to build and 3 people who do, you know where I'm going to put my money. You won't always be right. You're never always right in this business. It's impossible, but boy, more often than not.
Right. So that's the ethos that PG founded, YC. That's the way it is today, and obviously that's still something that's very akin to your background. So that's something you probably, last thing you want to do would be change that. So is there anything you want to change about YC now that you're the CEO of YC, or do you think YC is great as it is and just keep going the same way?
Yeah, I've been asked a lot, like, what am I going to change? And I've been in the job for 2 weeks, so everything, right? And mostly I'm punting on that question. I think that during Sam's tenure, YC did a lot of great stuff and grew a lot. When I started at YC, we were funding maybe 40 companies a batch, and now we're funding over 200. And that's a pretty big change.
Right.
What I want to focus on is making sure that the product that is ours, that we deliver to our founders remains a great product. That the founders who come through YC leave thinking that was a transformative or incredibly impactful experience for them.
But the experience has got to be different today. And imagine on one hand,
it's not as different as you might think.
Maybe there's more technology. The community is even bigger than it was, but it can't be the same as when it was.
It's not the same, but one of the things we've done is we shard YC. So YC with 200 companies is 4 groups of 50 companies, and we try to replicate the personal attention
Are those
that
groups
people
thematic? Do like the biotech companies go in one and the software companies go in a different one, or are they all mixed together?
Loosely thematic.
They're loosely thematic.
Yeah.
So the founders.
So the bio companies do tend to be together. The ed
said
tech
there's
companies
4?
tend to be together. There's 4.
So it's like Hogwarts.
Yeah, they're all called Ravenclaw. No, they're not.
So the founders are going to be in the group that's with
There's
the
a
other
sorting
founders.
hat, and then we put them.
Right.
Yeah.
And the founders are probably going to be in the group that has other founders most going through a similar.
The number one rule that puts you in a group is that the interview track you went for, the group partner was in that track. And that's somewhat organized by vertical, but not completely. So that's why it's loosely organized. We tend to put the bio companies especially tend to be together because they tend to help each other.
So at the time of the interview, you're assigning a partner that you think is actually qualified to judge that company at that point.
Most qualified.
So in the early days, I remember going to YC Demo Day at the little office in Pioneer. There were only like 20 companies. Then it got bigger and bigger. Then it was here. And then
we're still on Pioneer, by the way.
But then for the first time ever, Demo Day was in San Francisco. 200 plus companies. So is 200? Is that too big? Do you want to go back more towards a smaller thing? Is it going to get even bigger, or is 200 the perfect number? 200 was a lot. I mean, it was more than 200, right? It was 200.
205.
205.
But the number that's in a batch doesn't quite match up with the number that are at demo day, because we actually don't force you to present at the demo day that's associated with your batch. You can actually defer if you're not ready for whatever reason. So there's companies that come back and companies that defer. So, but on the order of 200, what I think we've discovered is that 200 is not too big.
It's not too big.
It's not too big. We have no reason to believe that. All of the, we grew a lot from the summer of 2018 to the winter of 2019. We grew about 30%, which is one of the largest single batch-to-batch growths we have ever had. And the reason that happened was because Startup School in the summer of 2018 successfully funneled a lot of really quality applications.
So Startup School is an online course to teach people about,
right.
I don't know if anybody knows it. Anybody can use it for free, right? Yeah. It's online, free, teaches you about startups. And how many people, and anybody can do it, right?
Anybody can do it.
And how many people a year go through Startup School?
I'll talk about it in terms of companies. So 15,000 companies signed up to actually take the course and 12,000 to audit it. Actually, there's some of you guys might know the kind of funny story of what happened. So
people were accidentally accepted, right?
Well, sort of, yes. What happened was, so it's a real online course. You're assigned an advisor, and we lined up about 150 advisors. Each one would do somewhat less than 30 companies. So we could take about 4,000 companies to actually take the course, send monthly updates. And unfortunately, that meant we had to turn down 11,000 and say, well, you can still take the course, but you have to audit it. You're not really taking the course. And unfortunately, due to a software bug, we told the 11,000 they were in, and we told the 4,000 they were out, which was bad. And we found out about this during demo day of summer 2018 demo day. So in the end, we decided we were going to take all of them. So we had 15,000 companies start in the course.
And is that set a precedent? Will you let in 15,000?
We'll let in everyone who wants from now on. Everyone who wants to be part of it. Are we allowed to take questions, Jonathan?
Are we going to take questions? Where's
There's a question right there.
Sure.
Engineer who screwed up still working at YC?
So the question is the engineer still at YC? No, but that's not why. In fact, the way, I gave him a hug and said, that's the best mistake you've ever made. So it was like, anyone can, it was a pretty bad mistake. He's actually a good guy. And he went off because he's a crypto guy, and he wanted to do crypto. And so if you want to do crypto, you ought to go do crypto, right? Everyone agrees with that, right? So you ought to go. So that's why. But no, there was no recriminations. I think if you make really terrible mistakes frequently, but he was like on it. He was remorseful, and he did everything he could to work to make the 15,000 work, and he worked really hard for that. So it was all good.
So the other big change, in addition to a bigger number of companies, is the diversity in terms of the types of industry represented. So it's not just software and internet. Now there's the last demo day. There was literally a flying motorcycle company. There's been companies curing cancer. There's all these different kinds of companies. How has that gone? And
So you asked me one of the things I'm proud about, and one thing I left out is that, we didn't know how applicable our advice was going to be to startups across different verticals. But I think one of the things that has really worked is that we can successfully give advice to companies like Ginkgo Bioworks that are creating bacteria that create new where their excretions are perfume, right? And we can significantly help companies like Boom, which is creating a new supersonic jet, or Helion that's trying to create a nuclear reactor, as well as companies that are in the consumer internet space. So it just turns out that there's enough commonality around startups, and that we found this place in there that really works, and that we can add what we believe, and the founders, I think, will represent this significant value throughout that spectrum.
Are the companies that have come through that are doing these more esoteric things like airplanes and things like that, are they doing as well as the more traditional IT companies? Are there enough investors who attend YC Demo Day that understand and invest in those types of companies?
I would say it's too early to tell, but it is true that some of those companies are amongst, we have funded on the order of 18 billion that currently are valued at over $1 billion, and there are significant hard tech companies in that, or biotech companies in that space, and I think there'll be more. So far, I don't know how to really measure as well, except over, the time scales here are so large that it's ask me in 10 years, but it looks pretty good so far.
Cool. So you had a company,
We're
Lala.
gonna do more.
So you had a company, Lala, that you sold to Apple. There was like a music thing predating Spotify.
It was really cool too.
If there are people in the audience today that they're not working on a supersonic airplane, but they're working on a consumer product, what's your take on the viability and landscape and opportunities for those type of companies today? And this is not just about YC, but in general. Like, it seems like there's less of those at YC, and part of that is because you've got more.
There's more, but maybe less as a percent.
Right, but there's all this other kind of cool stuff, but also it seems like it seems in general there hasn't been a breakout consumer company in a while. Is that your take on things? Do you think that the companies going through YC that are trying to do consumer stuff are having a harder time now than 10 years ago? Or what's YC's sort of opinion on those types of companies?
I'm just trying to think of going through in my mind whether there's sort of breakout consumer companies. It is true that the consumer space is worked over and it's complicated. I actually don't necessarily believe there's less opportunity there. It's just the low-hanging fruit is probably not
Taken
so
already?
low anymore.
And do you think that's true forever or just temporarily?
I try to stay away from broad generalizations about the environment changing really radically. Like, I think there's going to be, AR and VR will be a thing. They really will. And all of a sudden, there'll be this whole new domain that people can jump on, where you can't really jump on it now. And when that sort of inflection point hits, there'll be a ton of opportunity. And I do think that wearables of various kinds and maybe even crypto will come back, and all of a sudden there'll be a lot of opportunity, even in the consumer space. So I don't know. I think that the main lesson of the last 20 years is that change is accelerating and that change creates opportunity and that you just have to be ready for the change. And so if you're lucky and ready when that happens, then you can jump on it. I sort of doubt that we're going to look back and say, oh gosh, 2019, that was the end of new consumer opportunities. Like 10 years ago, no more opportunities in communications, right? Or WhatsApp and Slack, and so it's like I would argue that watch for the change and watch for things happening, and opportunities will be created.
Cool. So when we started Founders Den, I remember we had companies that would sort of graduate from YC and come to Founders Den, like Docker. And now there's been times where we've had companies at Founders Den, and then 6 months later I see them at YC, because it does seem like there's some companies in YC that are further along. And there was the attempt, there was going to be a YC Fellows program, that maybe that would be where the companies that were earlier, and then that was shelved. I'm kind of wondering, what's your take on this? Because I'm wondering, if Justin Kahn or Drew Houston or one of those guys was applying to YC today, at the stage they were when they originally got in years ago, would somebody like that get into YC today?
Yeah, our ultimate paranoia is if Brian Chesky and Joe and Nate were to come to YC today as Airbnb, would we accept them? Would we have
that's something you think about.
Capacity, the vision to believe in those founders? And we do explicit things. Dalton Caldwell, who runs our admissions, is awesome about this. He forces us to think hard about the set of founders that are more likely to be transformative and to build truly scalable companies. And so it is difficult, because if you have this juxtaposition of two companies you're reading an application for, interviewing, one of which has $1 million run rate and another which is two 21-year-olds or three 21-year-olds out of school with some cool, crazy idea, which should you fund? And we try to we try hard to convince ourselves that no, it's the young kids who have some crazy idea, or not so young, it doesn't matter, but they have a crazy idea and they've got nothing. But you must believe something about them and their past and their quality that they're going to do it. Like the kids from Brex are a good example of that, right? These are 21 years old out of Brazil who came, again, with a pretty lousy idea to YC in VR.
And now it's worth $2 billion?
And now it's, God knows what the trajectory
So when
of
they
that
entered
looks like.
YC, it was not for the credit card. It was for a VR idea. And you accepted them for the VR idea, and then during the program, they pivoted to the credit card. Wow.
Wow, right.
And the VR idea, was it a good idea?
I don't remember.
What is the craziest?
I think not. I think we explicitly said this seems like a bad idea, but these guys seem great. They had started a company when they were 14. They had already had an exit. They were just like fun, great founders, just great, especially early on. If you worry too much about the idea, you're going to be wrong, because
What's the craziest idea that you remember sitting in on a pitch at YC that you just thought was the most ridiculous thing you'd ever heard?
And that we still funded?
Either. one that you didn't and one that you did.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to come up with something on short notice.
Is there something that you thought was actually horrible and YC did not accept them and then later they went on to great success?
There was this company this is not one of those examples. We've actually, we missed SendGrid, but we actually have relatively few obvious misses other than that, where they've gone on to become a giant company. There was this company, there was a music company, and I always, because I know too much, I always kind of hate music companies. But these guys...
Dalton had iMeme, so I bet
Dalton and I are on the
music,
same
right?
page. But these guys had this music company where they were in Korea, and they were doing like $5,000 a day, which was pretty good. And they were minting money, and so Hirsch says, "Wow, that's really great. So tell us about your license deals." And there was just a blank stare.
Oh, it was illegal.
It's like, okay, first you need to shut this down.
But a lot of things. YouTube started off with blatant copyright infringement too, so you never know.
Yeah.
But you said no to that one. So you were on the 20 Minute VC podcast recently, and you talked a little bit about how you're interested in the diversity part of things. Is there anything new you want to do with trying to get more diverse founders, not just into YC, but applying?
I think it's unlikely that the percentage of founders of color and female founders that we have today is sort of the right percentage. I think it's way more likely to have to do with things that we probably can't directly do anything about, with how our school systems and our societies our society is set up. But there are also structural things in our industry that we can work on. I've been in this job for 2 weeks, so excuse me if I don't have all sorts of brilliant ideas as to things we can do about this. But as a company, we actually have made real efforts. We do things like we do office hours that are open specifically to different founder segments that will hopefully inspire some of them to come in and apply to YC and become founders. We've done our Female Founders Conference, and we'll probably continue to do that. I think we can do more. I don't know precisely what that should be. I'm open to suggestions, but I do think that this is something that not only is good for the ecosystem, it's good for us, again, because I think there's great founders to be found in those diverse groups, and we would love to help them create the billion-dollar companies of their future. We think it's great for us, it's great for them, and it's great for the United States or whatever country they come from.
Are you having a lot of problems with visas? Because I'm originally from Toronto. I'm now an American citizen. I've seen a lot of articles about how under Trump, entrepreneurs and engineers cannot get in, and it's actually benefiting Canada quite a bit. Is that affecting the YC program? Because YC has had entrepreneurs from all over the world, right?
Yeah, it's been a real problem. I don't have much to say about that, but it's so short-sighted, right? the whole approach towards immigrants make this country so much stronger and so much better. And to have, to be so short-sighted it's painful to see. And yeah, it's a real problem.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have gotten in today.
Yeah.
So are we out of time? And do we want to take audience questions or not?
I'm happy to take questions.
Okay. Do we have questions from the audience? And is there like a mic or anything?
Unless everyone's tired. It is the end of the day. You guys are probably worn out.
Too shy to ask a question.
Have you guys been going since early in the morning? Are you all worn out?
We have a question way back there. Or
so we're just going through a 6-month program at Alchemist, and I find that for enterprise software startups, 6 months is a good time to get feedback. I'm curious, how do you manage to get that level of feedback in 3 months, and what do you do to accelerate the learning cycle?
I guess I would have to say our feedback is twice as good every time. So we have found that the rhythm of 3 months is about right, but not always right. Sometimes it's too short, and like I said, sometimes companies aren't ready for a demo day and they move on. One of the reasons that YC was the first to raise the amount of funding that we got from 20,000 to 100, originally 170, then we moved around a little bit, but it's 150 now, is so companies would have time if they're not ready to raise funds to do it later. But I'll also point out, there's a 3-month YC program, but once you're in YC, you stay in YC, and you can continue to do office hours and work with us and talk to us. The office hour system continues to work. Even after your company dies, you can still get office hours. And now we have a further set of programs. We have a Series A program for companies that get into a Series A, and we're actually organizing it in batches now, but we'll also work with you to help you do your pitch and come up with a strategy for being most effective in raising the Series A from the VCs that are the best fit. And even after that, not only do we have a fund that will invest in growth stage company, but we have a growth program that helps companies go through the difficult transition of going from a 10-person company to a 50-person company to a 100-person company. So I know it's easy to think of we're a 3-month program and then we kick you out, but that's not really what happens, and that hopefully we're with you all the way.
There was a question back there in the black shirt.
So I guess to repeat the question, one was, are we seeing a dilution in the quality of the companies, and are our investors tired of demo day and maybe not investing so much? All indications are no. So I'll tell you in 5 to 10 years whether there was a real dilution. We have a few early indications of whether the quality of companies diminishes over time. One indication is us. Like, do we feel like there's a variation or diminution in the quality of the companies and the founders that we funded? And that is unambiguously no. Another indication is, do they raise less money at demo day, which also answers your second question. The answer is so far unambiguously no. A third is, are there milestones on the way? Are they achieving less revenue, fewer users, or whatever their key metric is? Or even better, are they achieving good Series A's at a lower rate? I don't know for the latest batch that went from 150 to 200 because it takes really 18 months to get your first measure. But for the previous batches, it looks like our Series A rate is remarkably consistent. So it does not look so far that the quality has been diminished. And there are enough really successful companies from more recent batches to help give us confidence that that's true. So knock on wood, that is we're all holding quality. And actually, I think we can expand our programs a lot. Now, I don't know, can we fund 1,000 companies a batch? I kind of doubt that. I don't know, though, but we have successfully started YC without actually going into different cities. We're still only in Mountain View. So can we keep on growing there for a while? I think so. You know, especially for the software people or people who've grown companies, you know it's really hard to tell what bottleneck you're going to hit until you hit it, and then you try to work around it, and that's kind of what we do. We will grow until we hit a bottleneck. We will keep on accepting companies, that we think are Paul Graham had a thing. We should fund as many sufficiently good companies as we can because it's so hard to tell early on. And so it's kind of like the 200th company versus the 220th, 230th. If we can't tell the difference, well, then we probably should fund as many of those as we can because who knows, the next Airbnb might just be one of those folks, as long as we believe the quality of the founders is high enough.
I think we can do one more.
Okay, I just had a comment for Jeff. I think he did an amazing job in startup school last year because I got the rejection email first and I shut down my company for 4 hours until I got an acceptance email. So whatever I've learned so far has been because of startup school, and the mentor I got, Chris, who's the co-founder of Clearkey, because of startup school.
Chris is awesome.
Yeah, because of his help, I was able to close my pre-seed round this week. So thank you so much for that.
Awesome. Congratulations. That's good. Thanks.
Okay, I think that's it. Unless you want to do another one.
I can do more questions.
All right, let's do a couple more. Fine.
That guy there has been waiting in the white shirt.
Thank you so much. I'm going to make this short. What advice would you give to those who were not accepted in YC? And what healthy patterns do you see in those founders that get into YC?
So we have a really low acceptance rate. You know, we get about 12,000 applications per batch, and we accept somewhere between 1% and 2%, depending on, on the particular batch. So most founders don't get into YC. However, look, I think it helps you a lot to go through YC. I think it improves your probability of success. So I think it's worth trying to go again. And the best way to get into YC, we accept many founders who have been rejected in the past. And so
then they apply again?
Yeah. When they apply again.
Is it for the same business and the same idea, or is it a different one?
Both. Drew Houston was rejected the first time for a test prep company, and Dropbox worked out better. And we argue with ourselves all the time. Should we reject that, or is he so great we should just take him? But sometimes it's hard to tell, and it was different back then. And
they come back with like a mustache on so you don't recognize them, or a different name. It's me again.
People have tried everything. The best is when people apply like with 2 or 3 different startups in the same batch, and like they don't tell their co-founders that they're applying with multiple companies. That's pretty funny.
Loyalty.
But the biggest thing we look at, assuming it's the same company, is have you made significant progress? Founders that make progress, that build stuff and like talk to users and get more users and make progress towards product market fit or find product market fit, those are most likely to get in. So the number one thing is make progress on your company. Keep on building and keep on doing what you need to do to...
Are you especially impressed if they've gotten any other YC startups to use what they're building? Does that count extra? Because obviously the list of those companies...
I think if that's the case and we talk to them and they give us a good reference, it's really good to get YC founders to give you recommendations. It's even better to get YC founders we like to give you recommendations, but I can't tell you who in advance that is, so you'll have to figure it out. But recommendations are great, so getting YC companies to use your software and think, or whatever your product is, and think it's awesome is a great plan as well. In general, I would not be too sad that you didn't get into YC. It's hard to get in. Like, focus on your company and make it great, and if you apply again, your probability of getting in goes way up.
Last one. Here.
This is really the last one. Really, really.
Hi. Since you mentioned the visa situation, and my experience, my personal experience, aligns with what you said, do you have any advice for people coming from abroad, engineers or founders, on how to come and live in the US and get a work permit?
Sorry, I think I missed the crux of the question.
I think he's asking for tips if you are an immigrant founder trying to get into Silicon Valley.
You mean for getting a visa or for figuring that out?
Yeah, since you mentioned the situation.
You know, I wish I did. I think sometimes, we've tried to go through this path. If you get someone in the US Congress to send a note, but like I had this great interplay with this congressman I know, and we're trying to get visas for Indian founders, and the question, you know, he wasn't answering it, but his guy was answering it. It's like, so do they live in his district? Like, No, they're from India. So they have like sort of some restrictions. So you can try to do that sort of thing, and sometimes if someone sends a letter, it can help. But I'm sorry, getting a good immigration attorney involved can sometimes help. But it's fucked up now, and so there's no real good, easy answer.
I would say get a good immigration attorney. I have one. And let's hope that let's hope we have a good outcome in a couple of years in our election. In the meantime, I guess you can go to Toronto or Vancouver. It's kind of ridiculous.
Maybe we'll have to start YC Vancouver.
Yeah,
it's nice in Vancouver. Well, thanks for waiting.
Is there a Founders in Vancouver opening? Is that what you think about?
We have had people who've wanted to do like a Founders Den in like China or all that kind of stuff. I mean, obviously our whole thing was having this like one little boutique, intimate location. So that's not on our plans.
Okay. All right.
Thanks,
gentlemen.
Everyone. Again, sorry to make you wait.
No, thank you. It's awesome. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking around. Hopefully this was fun and you learned something and met some cool people. We'll probably do this again around the same time next year. Hope you guys had a good day. I want to thank all the volunteers, all the partners, everybody who was involved. Jonathan, you're hired for next year for the timekeeping. Alyssa, thank you. Everybody, thank you very much. Have a great day. Good luck and keep building and don't give up.